Pop, you're muted. Just so you know.
Here.
Hi.
I'm 1 minute late.
Yes, I know I muted things.
And I'm not sleepy this week.
Hey.
Yay!
Speaking of which, when you get on roll 20, Harry, go ahead and roll me a D100, please.
Terrific. Punishment, let's go.
No punishment. Roll time. Downtime. If you want punishment, sure. Let me bring up the punishment table real quick.
I mean, for fun, sure, but I'd prefer not to actually be punished. But I thought it was a funny joke.
Oh yeah, I was in the bathroom.
No worries.
Taking a poop.
No. I was washing my face from banging my head against a desk for 5 hours.
Oh shoot.
I
Hey,
hate
Marv,
engineering.
how's it going?
I love engineering.
I mean, you reap what you sow, I guess.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hola, senor.
We're just missing one.
And then there was one.
So I'm just making sure that's all the letters are being sent today.
No,
Oh,
I actually was just gonna bring it up. I meant to write the second one today, but I didn't have time. So when other people are doing their shit, I'll jot it up really quick.
Gotcha.
Oh, I
It's-
have 2 letters I have to give you. Real quick.
It's not. It's
Okay.
not gonna be anything too in depth. My second one.
Okay.
Just have to close all my MATLAB and diagrams. Where? Yeah.
So it will cost you 1 gold per letter for Frey to send it on out.
Yeah, I remember I paid 1 gold already. I'll give her the second one when I drop them off.
Keep in mind,
What
it's gotta
about
take its
a
trouble.
letter with an object attached to it?
That will probably cost you another gold piece for the
That's
attachment.
fine. So this is the first one. And then
Okay.
that one's the one that has the object attached to it. And then this
Mhm.
one. See the second one.
Okay. You can go ahead and remove 3 gold from your inventory.
Okay. Let me open my character sheet before I forget.
Hey, Hectic, how's it going?
Hello.
Sorry, I had to finish a bottle.
No worries, no worries. All right, I believe everyone is here.
Real quick,
you-
before we start, if you don't mind, would everybody mind messaging me their new hit point total if it went up and any ASIs they took? If for those who leveled. Right.
I believe if I am correct, we might need to be staying for 6 days instead of 5. Given that someone's going to be trying to get a little bit more experience during that first day.
Okay.
So we
Is there
will
class?
have one additional day within respite. Let me see if you have an event happening.
Is there a class that gets ASI at level 5?
No, it's in case you're multi-classing.
Multi-classing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or you're behind.
Or you're behind, yeah. Fighter? No, they're like 6 or something. Yeah.
No, fighter gets it. I believe 4.
They get it at
7
4.
was?
No, it's 4,
Or is it
8,
8?
10,
8, yeah.
12, 14,
Yeah.
16, 18.
Yeah, every 4.
Mm,
I know
they
this
get
because I was
most
making a
every-
fighter for practice.
Every 4 and then every 2 after 8.
Yeah, no, fighters get the most ASIs and it's stupid.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
it was stupid making a gunslinger for as
Always
my
fun.
backup for yours.
Don't rogues get extra ASIs too?
No, unfortunately.
I don't think they
No.
need it once they hit a certain
They
level.
get
To be honest,
like they get double expertise and that's good enough.
and
it's a
automatically
very
roll a
easy
10 whenever you roll below a 10. Like that's like what, level 12, something like that.
Is that before the proficiency is added?
Yes, that is before the proficiency is added.
Wow.
So if you roll below a 10 on a dice, it automatically becomes a 10 plus your proficiency.
So then basically a rogue would like never fail like a dex.
Yeah, at that
Like you're
point
saying?
you
There's a lot
become
of
a
things they
god.
don't fail. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have expertise on like stealth, you're invisible, dude. I know this because first time DMing, I had Park play a rogue.
Odd looking
He was
goblin
invisible.
cave. Hey, D&D is D&D.
He was never
D&D.
found by any of my mobs, ever.
I can see why.
I'm just updating everybody's stats. This is why I kind of want to change how the overlay looks and just have like a picture behind it rather like just basic information and a picture.
From letters beforehand. I know KB says he's got one more. Apart from that, if not, give me a message throughout the session. However, if everyone is here, we can go ahead and get started. So, a little bit of a recap. The group exited Bochian, hoping to find the bandit camp to the north. However, after a small encounter with a large gargantuan undead hand,
Haragon rogue could
as
fail
well
dex, but not
as
very.
a group of bandits led by a known assailant to the group known as Silas, and encountering him, immediately coming into action, which soon turned about, seeing Olive immediately felled by a elusive arrows.
Hey, it
The
took a
group.
couple rounds. Give me some credit.
Oh, it gave you a couple of rounds. I'll give you credit.
I
However,
wasn't
the
immediately
group,
fell. Alright,
using a
quick
little bit
update.
of
Boom.
ingenious
Alright, the
mobility
UI
and
should be updated
tactics,
now.
retrieved Olive's body, and getting out of view of Silas and his squadron, were able to use the beacon stone and return to respite.
Maybe.
Using the funds now provided by Olive herself to be resurrected by Benin, the group have now found themselves within respite and now resting to regain their strength and maybe grow stronger. We originally agreed to stay for 5 days. However, with given situation, one of the group has tried to, or is going to try to get a little bit more experience on the first day, and with some luck,
God of the first day.
he'll be able to jump onto that level 5 train with the rest of you.
Sheet. Yeah, if the cleric gets level
So,
5, that'll be huge.
I believe that
'cause then they get
those who
3rd
have
level
rolled
spells,
their
which I
hit
believe
dice have done so already.
I just
We're
rolled
good with
mine. That's
that.
what you see in chat there.
Yes, indeed. I will gladly say that any messages that you send out will be taken in by Freya, who
But yeah,
will
then Harangon
put them
rogues are
into
like
her own
the old school
mail stack to
Kabashti
be sent
rogues.
over
They're
towards
just,
Windspear,
or in
and
the
then
original like
further on
halfling
to
rogues.
across
It's just
to the Forgotten Realms.
stereotypical.
Now, in concerns to the first day, which I will leave completely open, I'm guessing that some people will want to get involved with some of the weekly events. The 6th day will not have an event happening. So you do have
I guess
2
which are
events to
cantrips?
check
I'm
out if
debating
you
if I want
so
a melee
desire.
cantrip or a second range cantrip.
Of course, the 2nd day is, of course, 3 strings. The town minstrel and crier has gone missing after being sighted with a group of drunken dwarves
Yeah,
the
let
night
me-
before. The 5th day will show a group of 20 to 30 soldiers
should
led
get
by
rid-
a pale dragonborn in
just in
white
case,
cloaks.
maybe I should just do
The emblem of the Lord's Alliance can be seen adorned on their armor.
a melee. Green flame might be good.
I know that some of you are going about your ways for the first day. So I will allow those who wish to go to Frey's for the general store to go as a
That might be
group.
good.
That
Damn me
way we can
resubbing with
ensure that
Prime for
funds are
63
handed out
months.
properly.
Thank you so much, man. Welcome on back.
Any side businesses
no,
that
it's
you wish to
pretty jank.
do will be done on your turns.
But I appreciate it either way.
So, for the first day,
Mhm.
is anyone wishing to meet with Freya?
Yes.
I
Yeah.
did before the session ended last time. So did everyone? I guess if someone else didn't get their first day, can go in.
We can say as a group, you can all come in on the first day after a nice hearty breakfast at the Lonely Sonnet. You all come in, the door is open, and you can see that there is fresh produce as well as new crates that are slowly being opened. Freya is already reaching inside one of the crates, halfway hanging from one of them as her feet are dangling in. Will hear the chime and will look over in your direction. Oh, it's good to see that you've all arrived. Good to see that you're all alive as well. Olive, you're on your feet. Good to
Yeah.
see you, dear.
For now.
Well,
Hopefully we'll keep it that way.
yes, absolutely. So, business, I suppose. Uh, Stores open. Got a bit more business coming in. By all means, go ahead, take a look around. And she'll make her way behind the counter, stepping up on top of the stool.
Well, don't be shy. You guys wanted to show up here. We're here. Drag him in
I
with
want
you.
to. I want to look around for some arrows because it turns out I'm out of them.
There are plenty of normal-based arrows. However, you can see, sitting on a small bit of a mantelpiece, there are 5 crossbow bolts that seem to have a compound tip at the front. You do notice that there's small specks of cannon rock etched in the very front of the tips of these.
Oh, while they're looking around, I'm just going to be catching up with Freya since it's been a minute since we've spoken.
And I assume this is also the point when I would have bought my armor and spoken to her about mailing the letters.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So go through that. I'll take the 1 extra gold out of my inventory for the second letter.
I'll go over and give her my letters as well.
She'll
And
take them, slip
the
them on
object
there.
I put inside, Rob, is the dragon tooth amulet.
Yes. She will take the wrapped up piece of cloth which you have put in, will give a nod, placing it on top. Is there anything that anyone is looking for in particular?
Well, I mean, you sparked my interest with those. I'm just curious about those bolts, Freya, that you have up with the cannon rock.
But I was curious about these
Yeah,
bolts.
what are those all about?
A recent bit of ingenious invention of mine. Those are called walloping ammunition. Technically, if you hit an individual with these, there's a slight chance that they can knock them on their ass.
Oh, that'll be useful.
Yeah, interesting.
They're not exactly cheap. They go for around 25 gold apiece, given the compound construction of them.
Ooh. And are they? It seems like due to the nature of them, that they would be destroyed once they've found their home.
Yes, sadly so.
Oof. I mean, they sound useful. Just that's a little too rich for my blood.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you don't
sounds
need to take
useful.
all 5, but they are there if you need them.
Sure.
I was
If you're
curious on
looking
that
for
chain armor.
which chain armor you're talking about? We have the red
One that
one
was
and we have the lighter.
yeah, the light one.
Elven chain, a good eye. That's also quite the pretty penny. Most people are looking for the elven kind of chain since it's a lot lighter, able to be easier maneuvered in. I'm not entirely sure if, based on what I've spoken with the professor, that you'll be able to afford it, sadly.
I was just curious how much it is. That way I can kind of see.
She'll quickly go over her books. That particular piece will set you back 750 gold pieces.
Ooh.
750. All right.
Dear Harry, in the case of your arrows, you're looking for just 20?
Uh, how much would 30 run me?
Well, you know,
20,
quivers come in, in 20, Harry.
yes, quivers do come
did
in
not know that.
20. However, I can give you a few sets of loose arrows for 5 silver.
Well, that's awfully nice of you.
The quiver comes as a gold. I might as well few a few arrows. More arrows than quivers these days. So a gold and 5 silvers for your arrows, dear boy. We do have a new long sword, a new wand over there. As you saw, we have the studded levers, both sets. The chainmail, I believe, is made from a different kind of stronger compound. Stops the nastier hits from getting in. And then, of course, that plate mail that came in the other day. One of the Lord's Alliance sadly fell, encountering one of the wild creatures.
I was going to
The
say, how'd you get your hands on some plate mail? That's not
They
cheap.
decided to donate it to the cause should someone be able to afford it. They'd be more than willing to part with it, given how much it is.
You know what? I've
By the way,
actually.
I hand over the gold and silver. So, and I get 30, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes,
Oh,
Olive?
no. Yeah, if you haven't happened to come across anything, and I'll pull my manacles out and put them on the counter. Look, I've been carrying these around, and, in my line of work, I kind of have to take care of some nasty business, I guess. If you can't find anything or come across anything that's easier to restrain somebody, but not as clunky.
Well, I could ask my father to perhaps contain a scroll of, what is it? The hold person, the ability to hold some individual. He
Oh,
does
but I
have
can do
that.
that.
Yes, he's able to manufacture scrolls to perhaps help in your endeavors. We do have a few scrolls available, not of that incantation, but a few others.
Is there any arcane tinkerers here?
I do dabble with the arcane a little. I believe we've discussed this before.
So I kind of step up. So Olive, I get you want something better, but why not improve? Is there any way that possibly we could imbue these manacles with some type of whole person
What are you
magic?
gonna do? Imbue them with cannon rock so I put it around their wrist and blow their hands off?
I mean, it's hard to steal things if
There's
they have no
other,
hands, right?
there's other versions of Cannon Rock, remember?
There is, but
I
like,
didn't know this.
yeah, well, I told you about
You
it. There's
didn't put
like
attention to
protective.
the
Yeah, no.
conversations.
No, you started talking about it and I just zoned out.
Yeah, that sounds all right. Um, so is there any way that we could get like a whole person imbuement on these manacles, like to make them better at what they are?
I am aware of a certain set of manacles that the Windspear militia do like to come across every now and then. They're more for enchanters and those of the arcane practitioners to make sure that they don't use their spells while held. I could
That sounds
possibly
helpful.
try. I could possibly try to get a pair for you in the next coming weeks or so.
Well, hold on,
They are
hold on.
pricey.
I mean, Harry's pretty smart, and
I'm more mechanical.
yeah, but Daisy here already said that she knows how to do that spell. Maybe you two could work together and figure out how to enchant an item or imbue an item with an enchantment. I don't know.
If
I
you are
don't know how this
willing to
stuff
put
works.
in the resources and then put in the time to create such a thing, you could possibly create the efforts of both of you to lower the time needed. However, it does take quite a long time to enchant an item of that magnitude.
Yeah, that's why I don't do the thinking. It was just worth a thought.
I mean, we could work on it at night or something. We could see if maybe I don't even. Uh, who's the one that you said that could make the scrolls?
Pennant usually
I hate you.
enjoys creating scrolls of the more
You're awful.
divine and holy
Oh,
intent.
do I still have
However, I
waiting to start
do
up? No.
once in a while try more arcane. I've been more focused on selling than dabbling as of recent.
What
'Cause
scrolls
I'm
do you?
sure.
One at a time, gentlemen
Yeah.
and ladies.
I kind of wait forward, like, go on, go on.
Go ahead, Vannon. You were saying?
I was asking what scrolls does she have currently?
We currently have these available here, and she'll point over to a small scroll case that you can see, and there are a few sets of scrolls that are available. You can see that there are currently 8 scrolls that are sitting there. 3 of which look to be the same of same scribblings that you can notice. However, you can see that there is a scroll of message. There are 3 scrolls of Longstrider. Uh, you're familiar with 3 of these other spells. You recognize that there is a level 1 Cure Wounds spell scroll and a 3rd level Cure Wounds. There is also Enhance ability. And the last, I need you to make an Arcana check.
Um, nice. This what?
9. So,
You do not recognize this one.
mm,
But they are priced individually as so fit. Hold on, there you go.
oof.
Sorry, as you were saying.
I'm more curious. I'm not really an arcane tinker, more of a mechanical and more physical things. But if it it clearly is possible to bind magics to solid objects, could you maybe give me some advice that may provide useful?
It depends on what you're trying to work into.
I'll just tap the
Mechanisms,
monocles. These little things.
mechanics, yes.
The object
It's
is very simple. So if simple, complicated makes medium, right?
It depends on the complications. You're using the innate abilities of your own life essence in comparison to using material components to etch together. It's not merely writing down, scribbling down unknown words. It's merely pouring the lifeblood essence of your own faith or true passion and knowledge into these items. In a general sense, it is the same for your own mastercrafts of work. However, it is not your true life's blood that goes into it.
Okay, I note this down so that in the future, when we probably inevitably try, that this may help us.
Yes, well, if you're wanting mechanics, I think if you'd have to speak to Lisbon.
I plan on having some words with Lisbon here shortly, either way.
Now, anything else I can help you with business-wise?
Do you have any tools for weaving?
Weaving
Weaver's
tools.
tools.
I
Yeah.
do believe I might have some weaver's tools in the back. Give me one moment.
Okay.
She'll make her way to the back. For those looking around, you can also see that there is a longsword that has a slight hint of a glow in a uh, glass case. You can see that there is a wand that is currently etched with runes also in a glass case. Professor Vannon, you do take a look over and see a spell book that has more protective measures and bindings that seem to currently bound the book and lock it. That is currently sitting on a shelf alone.
Can I
Ooh.
open the book or just see that?
You see it's there and you can see it's currently locked. You try and open it and it does not seem to open.
How much, Freya, is this for sale? I assume?
Sorry, what are you looking for?
This tome over here. Quite intriguing.
Oh, she'll come back, setting down a set of weaver's tools. Uh, 1 gold for the weaver's tools, Vannon.
Okay.
And oh, that book. Yes, it is quite favored by wizards. They usually find those a lot more useful, given that spell books once in a while burn or become destroyed by unknown means. This one is unperturbed by this. Some call it an enduring spell book.
Ooh. How much do you want for something like this?
That will put you at a solid 60 gold.
Ooh, I will gladly take one of those.
Yeah, go for it. It's a little rich for my blood right now, but I'll keep that in mind in the future.
I'll go ahead and get that.
I didn't want to ask because I'm kind of broke, but I'm a little curious. That longsword, what's so special about it?
Oh. As a matter of fact, the elven individual from the Groven Queen's Temple came from there. She brought that one in. This is a moon-touched longsword. As long as you're in complete darkness, this particular longsword will shed out moonly ghostly light, allowing to light the way for those who are in complete darkness.
All right.
How much was that spell book? 60?
60 gold pieces
Okay.
for the spell book. The
All right.
long sword will set you back 100.
All right. So yeah, I'll take the spell book. So
Rhea,
Yes.
so do you have, by any chance, goggles that could make me be able to see in the darkness? Or something
No.
that could help my eyesight
I
during the
take
day or
off.
night?
I pop my goggles off. These things here. These.
Those. Not currently, but I can take a look around. Uh, I have a cloak that protects you from certain means of harm, a horn that can call on others. I have an amulet that seems to be ticking constantly.
That doesn't sound good.
Can I
Uh,
see the amulet that's ticking constantly?
it's right over there, and you
Uh,
can see that there is a small mantelpiece. There is a singular amulet that has a small clockwork design in the center that seems to be just constantly ticking.
That's insane.
She'll look over. Oh, I also have some healing potions. And one other potion.
What about the cloak?
The cloak.
Uh,
The protective cloak over there. She'll point over to a smaller, little more well-used cloak that you can see. A little bit of wear and tear on the sides. However, she'll point over it to it. that one's possibly the most expensive piece that you've looked at so far.
Okay.
Apart from the Elven chain. That's gonna set you back 450.
Okay, nope, that's a no.
For notes, so everyone just knows for the time being. This is what is currently within Freya's shop.
So the amulet is actually magical. It's not just
Uh,
a watch as an amulet.
no,
Mm.
this is an actual magical amulet. Yes.
Oh, I was gonna. I thought it was. I thought it was a broken amulet. I was gonna see if maybe I could fix it, but okay.
Yeah. Oh, I did. It's not bad.
Where is
Uh,
this ticking noise coming from?
what
Hmm.
would the cost of a book for journaling and a quill be?
Sorry, what was that again?
A book for journaling and a quill and ink.
Just a simple tome, just nothing.
Nothing special, just to like write down stuff.
A book will cost you 25, and quill and ink. Let's see. Uh, ink is going to cost you along with your. Let's see. Ink is going to cost you 10, and a quill. Well, I can just reach over, takes out a small quill from the side, press it down. We'll call that 1 gold. So that will be a total of. See, so 25. So 36 gold pieces, Daisy.
I give her 36 gold pieces.
Okay. You have a book, an empty book, I believe it's one. Yes, 1 ounce bottle of ink and 1 quill.
Okay.
Anything else I can do for you? I know prices might be a little steep for now, but give it time.
So that's a bolt, crossbow bolt.
Yes.
Only no one really uses crossbows, I don't think. I think the only real archer is Harry, and he uses a bow.
Oh, I can
Okay.
see if there's any arrows of the same. I might have gotten a few. Were you wanting some
If you had an
arrows?
arrow,
Uh,
yeah, I'd probably take one to give to Harry as a little gift. Also,
sure,
couldn't hurt to
sure.
have one.
She'll rush on back, taking a look around, eventually coming back with a singular arrow of walloping ammunition.
Yep, that'll do just fine. Hopefully, you can put that bow to good use. 25.
Yep.
30.
So Vannon, you spent 60 on the book, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that is your book.
And one on the Weaver tools.
And 1 for the Weaver's tools, correct. And walloping armor. So
Oh, you have
whenever a
Mariner studded
creature,
leather. Okay.
yes, Mariner studded leather.
Huh. Okay.
And walloping ammunition. Walloping arrow.
And I'll take it and give that walloping arrow to Harry.
Oh, I,
Yeah, it's a little gift. You know, see if you can use that bow. But do me a favor. Only throw it at something that might be flying. That way I can get my hands on it.
I kind of nod I don't know, like I guess I don't know how to describe the action. Like cheers the arrow. Like thanks. Like I don't even know how to describe that motion.
And I'll put my hand on Harry's shoulder. When the timing's right, you'll know. I'll
I'll
nod
make
and
sure
then
to
walk
land it
away.
right in your hands.
Wait, what? Oh, the thing, not the arrow. Yeah, I don't want an arrow in my hands.
No,
That'd be
obviously.
awful.
Anything else you wished to either buy or try to sell?
Nothing. I got at
I,
this
I,
moment. Anybody with?
I don't know why I didn't think about sell.
Yeah,
So
we got stuff to sell. Because I know somebody has
So,
a bag of stuff. I believe.
are we still in Freya's shop?
Yes.
You are.
Haven't left yet. Not much to sell. I've got that bag of holding, but we don't have much in it.
Yeah,
how
potion
could I
quiver resistance.
forget? Lays down crossbow.
There you go.
Here we go.
I
Like,
forgot about these. Jeez.
I know someone
Oh,
has
I
like a
forgot.
whole bunch of
I was
crap
a
to sell.
complete loot goblin the entire
hold
last
on.
few sessions.
Hold on. Short sword. Short sword. Like, I
Okay.
don't need 5 of these.
All right. So how many do you have?
4 crossbows, 5 short swords.
4 crossbows, light crossbows, I believe.
Yes, I'm just checking really quick. Does that include the one that I have held? No. Okay. Never mind. 5 light crossbows.
Okay, so 5 light crossbows.
Yes.
And what kind
5
of
short
sword?
swords.
Short swords. Okay.
I was like, oh
all
yeah, I
right.
probably should sell things too on
Yeah.
here.
Anything else that I should add on to this pile at the moment?
We have a potion of cold resistance unless someone needs it.
Wouldn't hurt to hold on to it just in case.
Probably
Unless
wouldn't
we
hurt to hold
absolutely need
on
the
to
money.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm looking over everything else. I'm gonna keep everything else I have.
So only selling the 4 light crossbows and 5 short swords.
Yeah. For now.
Okay. Frey will check these over, seeing
Just so I
that
can
they
sell my
have
left
been
kidney.
used. She will look over and just inspect for a moment. Where did you get these, Harry?
Do you really want to know?
Yes, I would.
Off dead bodies.
She just takes a moment. What
I
kind?
asked.
Only
I
used once.
believe they were from bandits, if I'm correct.
Pirates, maybe. Or bandits, either or, because they're now on land. Not
Pirates,
half
bandits.
Pretty much the
Banditry
same, right?
often leads to karma, so I believe I can at least accept these. I'll go ahead and put down around about 120 gold pieces for these.
Good lord.
Yeah, each according to
Time to kill
D&D
people
Beyond,
and loot.
Crossbows
we
are
can-
expensive.
they
Yeah,
are
they
like
Those are
25 a
expensive.
pop. I was like,
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
crossbows are they're mechanical. They're expensive.
yeah,
Oh,
makes
yeah.
sense. Makes sense.
I'm sure the militia will enjoy having some newer stock around.
I'm sure they'll appreciate not having to get so up close and personal. But we have the
Hey.
short swords in case they have to.
Now you got to
Indeed.
use for those bolts, probably.
Yes, indeed. I'll probably have to make more in the future. Now, anything else you wish to sell? I notice you have a rather large bag in your possession now. Taking a more disdainful look at the bag of holding.
Yeah, no, it's.
Oh, I was
really
like, I
all-
don't have a bag. What?
Yeah, I've just got right now. We've just got
Oh,
some adventuring gear in it. We don't have any
Delete.
more loot in it.
Delete.
You
Actually,
didn't. I thought there were
uh,
extra long
Delete.
swords.
I start
Delete.
pulling out long swords and putting them on the table, and then the short
Oh,
bows,
Delete.
There we go.
Delete.
Yeah, Rob,
and
what
then,
was
and then the
Delete.
40 arrows.
Delete.
Yeah,
Hey,
okay.
whoa, about those
What-
arrows. Hold on. No.
Okay, I
What
had
was
to
left?
multi-
Yeah, what was left in the bag of holding that we
Oh, there's
hadn't
still
pulled out
60
yet?
days of rations still in there.
Because wasn't there
You
like
guys got the bag of holding. You tell me.
Yeah, you
well,
should
you
have written
said
it
that.
down.
Yeah, I didn't write. God damn it! Oh,
So,
actually,
Who's
maybe
got the
I did.
bag of
Ryan,
holding?
I
does?
have it, and I might have written it down actually. Hold on, because I know there's
Actually,
something
you
left.
gave
many
in
us
there.
a
arrows?
note in Roll20 that we could all edit.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
So,
yeah.
There are two 300 grams, like gold diamonds. There's 1,000
Didn't you
silver
remove
pieces.
one of those?
I think we split up. The,
Yes, there were
Yes.
3.
I think we
There were
split
3,
up
there we
the
go.
money.
The money
Okay.
has been
Money's gone.
divided.
Yeah, the money's
The
gone.
Uh,
money's
Delete the
no
money.
The
longer in
goggles
there.
of knights are on
Deleting the
Harry.
money.
The potions
Yeah,
of
those
healing.
are mine.
I can remove those. So
Were the potions of healing divided, or were those left in?
no, those are
Okay.
leftovers. And
You want your
then-
sniper to have night vision.
At the mention of potions of healing, Freya does bring out her tray of potions. Which you do see on the list.
So we're giving the 3 long swords and the 2 short bows, correct?
Okay, I'll
Party consensus?
Oh, you got hill
Yeah,
giant
I'm
strength?
editing the list
Holy
right now. I'll
cow.
delete them if we're gonna sell them. Yep. So I
She
will
does
whip out the
have
bag of
a
holding.
potion of hill giant strength, yes.
Ooh. And someone, Harry, you have the goggles of night in your inventory.
Yeah, I've had those
Yeah.
on since
Okay.
for a while.
So I'm deleting that. And then yes, I will pull out the 3 long swords and 2 short bows and put them down on the counter for Freya to examine.
And I'm swiping the arrows so I can have more ammunition.
You want all of them?
Okay.
All 40 of them?
Do you guys want more of them? Because they're
I-
gonna go at bad guys, which I feel is the best place they can go.
Sure. I will. Do you want to like take them all right now, or do you want to keep some in the bag? It's your choice. I mean, I'm not going to use them.
Because how many
They're not
quivers do
heavy.
you have?
Yeah, exactly.
I technically have almost 3 quivers.
Jesus
Could
Christ.
hold 60 arrows then.
So I could take 10 and leave 30 in the bag. So
All right, I'll take 10 out. You put them in your inventory.
So
because yeah, with my new level up, I get to spot attack twice a turn. I'm gonna need more arrows.
You are gonna need more arrows.
Freya's gonna look at the 3 long swords, 2 short bows. I'm assuming these are also from the same company.
You might as well. We'll go ahead and say yes. I kind of came upon a bloated corpse holding this bag of holding, and these were the items inside of it. If anything,
Where did you
that,
find
that
this
might
corpse by chance?
on a beach, kind of way north of here.
That son of a bitch.
Did you know the man?
them?
I knew him. He was a passing merchant, kind of an attitude. Was trying to sell me some goggles the other day. Oh, speaking of which, those are the ones, Harry.
Those would
They're
be
not
the
for
ones.
sale anymore.
No, I don't believe they are. But he was saying that he was heading towards north to the other individuals there, hoping to head over to Avon at some point, but he's got one hell of a ride, if he
Other
thought so.
individuals. Was he going to Bochan?
Yes, he was. He did intend
Ooh.
to head there.
And then he's going to Avon. Where would he make dock for Avon?
Good question. I was wondering myself. Clearly, he had enough money to take care of himself until then.
Well, I guess it doesn't seem like I don't think it was enough money.
He had enough.
Well, clearly,
Yeah.
he didn't need money at all for his
Oh.
current situation.
Nope.
He could have used those potions of healing more or less, but
If anything, the story behind those weapons kind of ups the value a little bit, I would think.
I'll go ahead and take these off your hands for another 70.
Nice. Okay. Who was that? Harry, was that you that sold all the crossbows and shit?
it was me.
Oh, are we gonna split that among the party, or were you holding on to that money?
I threw it in my coin purse because I wasn't holding them, but I have no issue splitting it.
All right, so what did you have? 120.
Yeah. Excuse
Alright,
me, I
I got-
deduct 120 off my
Let's
bag
add
because
this-
I was called out for it.
Let's add the 70. And we have 5 party members.
Mhm.
Yep.
Divided by 5. Everyone gets 38 gold exactly if we split it evenly.
Sounds good to me.
I don't want to put you on the spot. If you're planning on keeping that money, okay, for some reason, go for it. I mean, I'm not going to put up a fight in game. Take that as a no.
Sorry. Ow, that hurt. Well, Harry was gonna just kind of hold on to it, but since he got called out for it, he's like, "Oh no, of course, yeah, no, I was definitely planning on sharing, yeah."
Okay, sorry, Harry.
Because Harry's totally not trying to make a sniper rifle or anything. Who needs money for that?
Fair enough. Like I said, if you want to hold on to it, go for it. I'm not gonna.
No, Harry got called out. Harry definitely is sharing it. Obviously, like why would he not share it? Clearly.
Okay. All right. So 38 gold a person,
All right.
and I'll delete the long swords and short bows.
Okay.
You said 38
So,
flat.
38 exactly a piece.
Okay.
anything else to buy or to sell?
Well, Freya, I did want to ask, before we leave, you made those bolts yourself?
Yes, and I did. It
Is
takes some time.
Could you construct other things with cannon rock?
Sounds like we need an artificer. I mean, that could work. Just know that if you make an
Depends,
artificer,
Professor.
our campaign will be over.
Could you see? I'm
'Cause,
partly the reason I'm here
I
is to
can't have
learn
an
more
artificer in my
about
group.
the applications
Because
of
remember,
cannon
Dan
rock.
had an
Would
artificer
you
in Tomb of Annihilation,
possibly
and
be
that
willing
person died in
to
3 sessions. Every time I make an
accept me
artificer,
as
the game gets
a
canceled
part-time
in 3
apprentice?
sessions.
I would love to learn this from you.
As much as I would love
be
to
careful
have
when you
someone
make
helping me
artificers.
around the shop, given that you're not the first to ask for such an apprenticeship, I'll have to refuse for the time being, Professor.
Yeah, artificer
No, that's
cursed.
However,
100% cursed.
whenever I do come across a new
I don't think anyone's
advancement in my
played an
research,
artificer
I will
longer
go
than 3
ahead and
sessions in the
inform you
world.
of it.
Okay, I did have a few
It's a
ideas.
death trap.
If you wouldn't mind, could I possibly drop off some very rough schematics with those letters tomorrow?
What exactly were you thinking of doing?
Well, you'll see. It's kind of a secret project. You'll see.
She'll give a slight hint of a smile, a bit of a curious tinge to the eye, but she'll give a slow nod. Very well, I'll hear for your message.
No, if it can't be done or if you don't have the time, don't worry about it. I just kind of want to just get your opinion on it.
I will notify you if there are any complications.
Thank you.
Name it Malignant Terminal. GGTOA.
Well, your
I've-
day is ahead of you. Yes, flowers.
Yeah.
Olive.
No, I have, nothing for buying or selling. But if you happen to have keep an eye out, or somebody comes through town, some sort of martial weapon like a longsword or something like that has a neat little secondary effect. I don't know, catches fire or injects poison. That'd be kind of interesting for me.
I will keep an eye out for such a thing.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you so much as always, Freya. And we're gonna be here for about 6 days. One of those days, let me buy you a drink.
Of course. Anytime.
No. All right, bye. Let's go, Harry.
Have a good day, all of you. And come in anytime you need.
Of course.
Thank you, Freya.
Bye bye.
And
The
I'll
door will close behind you.
kind of elbow jab the professor, See, isn't it a lot nicer when you don't try and take their things?
I mean, it's yes. I mean,
A lot more
take
expensive
the
though.
strong word. Borrow is probably a better
Mm-hmm. Borrow with
description.
every intent on returning, I'm sure.
Exactly.
I mean, you did
Exactly.
return it.
Daisy slowly
By
owl
force.
turns her head towards him. Have you stolen from this store?
Not
Professor?
successfully.
Oh, I have not. You know, I will tell you in all honesty right now, I have never walked out of that door with anything I haven't paid for.
Inside check.
Go ahead and roll. Professor, go ahead and what's your charisma?
I can make it a +4.
Okay. Go ahead and roll what you think seems appropriate.
Well, there's no truth bet, so
I was mainly going from either deception or persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
generally,
above
but
board,
yes.
I didn't lie, so I
Yeah.
just thought persuasion.
Yes.
I'll be like, no, he's.
Hmm.
Yeah, I see Daisy looking at him scrupulously. No, he's never actually made it out of the door.
I'll take your word.
Exactly.
no. But I definitely walked out with stuff I didn't pay for.
Did
I
you?
will backhand Harry across the face.
The fuck?
all
Oh.
noble ladylike.
A
steal.
few passerby
Who
dwarves
says
just
I
take a step back from
stole?
that, like, oh, it's okay. Someone's crazy.
Who says I stole anything
You said you walked out.
without paying for it? Yes,
Exactly.
I owed a debt and I came back and paid it, and I backhand them back.
I will try to stop it.
Did we actually exit the store? Or are we still inside?
You guys have just basically walked out of the door, and
Okay.
then just Daisy has flipped Harry, and now
Yeah,
they're
if-
just squabbling.
If we're outside, I'm gonna let him go at it. I'm not.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Second
go ahead
any.
and say Daisy and Harry give me either an acrobatics or an athletics check at this point.
Oh no.
Even my +4, I whiffed.
Even with a +4. You guys just see Harry and Daisy just immediately start scrapping on the floor. However, the moment that Harry tries to swing out, Daisy has already picked him up and just pushed him back on the ground, pinning him onto the floor.
I am Tiny Rabbit. Let me go.
There's a little bit of a crowd beginning to build as Freya already begins to just step outside. Are you kidding me? I just sold you stuff, and now you're already making havoc
They
outside.
called me a thief. I have never stolen anything.
You said you walked out without paying for it. Without
Have I not?
explaining.
Freya, have I not done that?
Edwin's
I
already
mean, he
walking
paid
away.
for it eventually.
I said
He
without
didn't let me say
explaining.
that. She smacked me first.
Fine. I let go of Harry's hand. I'm going to ducks. And I just storm off.
I kind of like give like a stunt tongue sticking out face.
You're supposed to be working together. Just turns back around, goes back into the store.
I
Team
was
building
assaulted.
exercise. The team building exercise.
How is this my fault? I was assaulted.
All right. So we will go ahead and begin RP now. Our downtime has 6 days. If you're wishing to get involved with one of the events, go ahead and either put in 2 or 5, depending on which one you wish to be involved with. If you don't want to be involved in either, do not put down the number. Keep in mind you cannot go to both.
Yeah, no. I kind of heard them talking as I was gone. They're good shit.
Is Yem? Hold on. Let me look at my notes. Make sure I get the name right before
That
Is
reminds me.
Lisbon still?
Should have my.
Is he in
notes
town right now?
open.
Because that would influence my decision.
You would believe that he is in town.
Okay.
The warehouse and the main construction of the Cannon Rock carriage is still moving. You can see that the tracks have definitely made some progress in the last day or so. However, the warehouse where the doors were closed before, when Lisbon was not in town, they are open.
Well,
So I'm guessing, Harry, are you not getting involved in one of these events?
that is not the plan for Harry unless Lisbon. Like I imagine day 2, I'm gonna go speak to Lisbon.
Okay.
So best case scenario is maybe I go out on day 5 if he is unavailable that day with my
Very well.
request because it might have some RP behind it. So that's kind of where I have to wait to figure that out first. So
In that case, let me double check for you.
Daisy's got to do something too about getting a little extra XP, right? That's gonna happen. Daisy.
We shall see.
We shall
Okay.
see.
Fair enough.
Uh, Daisy, go ahead and send me how much experience you have currently in a message, just so I know.
Alright.
I can actually give you a yes or no answer to that. Not currently.
I
Figured.
Okay. Harry, you will know that Lisbon will not be in respite on the 2nd, 4th, and 5th days.
damn. Okay.
So I just realized the guy I've been after, Silas, is
So
made
make a
a
I'm gonna
value
go
pact,
on the
wit.
2nd.
made a pact with the
Okay.
Gotcha.
fly
Hold on.
queen,
I
insectoids,
figure find
and
in
their
the chat.
hive
I've lost
queen.
all my tabs.
Spoken with the
Second
wood
one
elves
is 3 strings. The 5th one is the Knights of the
and their
Lord's
temple,
Alliance. So we will
and
have these
also had a
events
pact
at
with the
the
bandits
end,
attacking Bochan.
so they
What
do not interact
what
with your
else is this
current
guy in?
downtime. Should you wish to do those, we will get to them at the end. Adwin, Professor, you have 6 days currently within respite.
Yes.
You are free to do as you wish.
Basically, all I'm gonna do, with the rest of the first day is as soon as we finish with Freya, I'm gonna head back to my room at the inn, pen my 2 letters, and then spend the rest of the day drawing up, the schematics for what I talked to Freya about. I'll send you a brief message about it
Okay.
in a second. All I'm doing with my first day.
Okay.
Then I guess,
Throughout the rest of the week.
I'm gonna do the number 2 event, I guess, on the morning of the second day. I'll just kind
Yes.
of, as we're eating breakfast, ask the rest of the group who is interested in
Dawn.
looking into this matter, and then assuming Harry and Olive say they are, I'll suggest we all go together.
Okay.
And then before,
In that case, I'm
then
gonna
I'll
ask
drop
you,
off
do you
the.
take a hearty breakfast?
Yes, yes, I do.
Okay, so mark the 5 silvers off your character sheet.
Okay.
So on the second day of the 5, you will have a hearty breakfast. You can go ahead and roll your I think it's a D6.
Okay. D6. Let's see what we get. Oh boy. 110.
Okay, 110.
That's better than 0.
Gotcha.
Then yeah,
All right.
immediately after breakfast, before assuming we're all gonna head out, I'm gonna swing by Freya's and drop off the 2 letters and the schematics.
She will take them, taking the letters, placing them under with hers and the others, and she will place the schematics in the back and will look over them as you leave. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I'll leave it up to your discernment, actually, how well the professor could, get something like that down on paper. It's
Okay.
definitely not in his wheelhouse.
So
See, I hadn't thought about leveling
you
up my barb to 2 or
put forward
3.
the idea
That
of
actually wouldn't be terrible.
the
I mean,
compound
danger sense, reckless attack would be nice.
material
course, the primal
encased
path.
in some sort of metal casing, some
I
sort
thought
of metal
about Path of
shell.
Wild Magic.
The idea of using the material compound as some sort of fuse or explosion. You put forward the idea, and she does come back to you on the 4th day, saying that she could possibly create something of a more rougher and crude replica of what you're describing. Uh, this will probably cost around 30 gold a piece.
Okay.
She's not entirely sure of the results, but can have them ready by the next couple of days.
Excellent.
But not
Berserker would
before
be nice.
the time is up,
Um,
essentially.
okay, I'm definitely um in agreement with you that the price should be around 30. That's kind of what I was thinking when I was drawing this up. Possibly, could I get on the first one? May I get a bit of a discount as I would also be field testing it for you?
She'll
I mean,
allow you to have a slight discount, mainly because of the fact she's also putting her own resources
Desert
into creating
Storm Herald might
these.
not be terrible.
fair enough.
This is technically your project that she's working on, but she's also putting in the resources beforehand. So
Okay,
this is essentially a little bit of a risk of a test for herself.
that's
However, she
understandable.
will give you a discount of 5 gold for the first one.
Okay, I will hand her over 25 and say she said this was on the 4th day.
This will be on the 4th day,
Okay,
and these will not be ready for you for the next maybe couple of weeks.
a couple of weeks. Okay, so I'll pay on delivery then.
I
Yes.
could go
Okay,
Zealot, and
excellent.
then
I
I could just be
appreciate
raised with Raised Dead.
you humoring me on this, Freya.
Hmm?
Just
Sorry, what was that?
hoping I don't lose a hand.
Yeah. She'll just give you a look like, please don't. Um, on that'll be on the 4th day. Anything else you're wishing to do for those last remaining 3?
Oh, I'm pretty good. Depending on how the second day goes, maybe
Okay.
something related to that. But other than that, I'm good.
All right. Any cruising, research, anything that the professor wishes to do?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Bum around town, maybe talk to a few of the locals. Maybe hear some
Uh,
rumors or something.
in that case, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
Okay. So close to 20.
With the last remaining days, you
I didn't
simply
realize his
take
charisma was that high.
those remaining days to rest up, talking to the miners and those who pass on
Said
by,
miners,
seeing
not
the occasional
miners.
merchant that comes over to Freya's shop. You try your best to gather any further information from Windspear or any talks of further investigations to either the west with concerning the vegetation or the north concerning the bandits. However, nothing seems to be fruitful enough for any advice that you come across.
Okay.
You will come into the second event. Apart from that, anything else you wish to do?
That covers it for me.
Okay. Olive, you're up.
Well, day one, she is definitely going to be probably drinking all day after going into Freya's.
Okay. How much are you drinking?
As long, as much, but as cheap as possible.
Are you drinking with the intention of getting drunk?
Probably not at first. No.
And what is your intentions?
Right now, she's just drinking to drink. Kind of forget about what happened the days prior.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Sure. 23.
23. You get through maybe the first few hours of morning drinking, before you start to feel the heavy hue at the back of the temples, the sudden drowsiness under the eyes, the slight slack cotton feeling within the mouth. Your hand seems to give that slight wave, almost as if they're heavy when you're trying to grasp your tankard, until you see the eventual heavy green hand of Mr. Gem reach over towards you around noontime. He'll look at you, give a slight worried glance.
I understand that you have gone through some things, Olive, but
I'll smash
I
his hand
doubt.
away. You don't understand.
I do. I've been doing this stuff way too
You
long.
died? I died. Like, I was
Yes.
dead. You don't understand, and I'll take another drink.
Well, there was a time before I had this place, before I had the girls, before I came over here. Can't say that I've died, but
Yeah,
I've
that's right. You
close.
can't. Yeah, I've been
No.
close too.
Yes. But there's no point in trying to drink yourself and kill yourself again. I'd say that'd be a waste of good liquor, good money, and good company.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry about that. You know what? Maybe you can tell me that tomorrow, or right now. I have another one. Yeah, that sounds like the best plan right
He'll give a slight glance over.
Give it 2 more, then get some rest, get something to eat. Come back later. I'll serve you some more later.
He'll place his hand away from your tankard, placing a second one down next to it, giving a nod at that, and then we'll tend to other customers.
now. Yeah, Minigard is definitely flirting
A
with me.
few minutes later, a healthier breakfast comes in front of you. The red-headed human does not ask for payment. She'll just give a smile to
You're
you.
so wonderful. Thank you. I'm starving.
Yeah, yes, dear,
I'm
yes, dear.
starving.
Don't worry. Yeah, eat up.
I'll just start digging into it.
Yeah,
Oh, it's really good. Did you make it?
she's already gone.
Oh, bye. We'll go back to eating. Oh my gosh.
Uh,
Okay, I was gonna see if I pass out. No, I'm gonna keep going.
No, that food is really freaking good. You
Yeah.
don't know what it is, but there's something, the spices, the herbs, you just don't know what it is, but you just want more. You clean the plate and
Second
down
win.
I was
whatever's
about to
the
say,
remaining.
I'm not a fighter, but I got a second wind.
However, you are able to at least finish your meal before eventually finding a small booth on the side and passing out willingly
Yeah.
instead of just falling drunk on the bar top.
Yep. Sounds right.
You find sleep, but it's not the same. That ever present hunger, the bristle to your hair is no longer there. You
Took your
find
hair.
sleep,
How could they?
but usually when finding the crunching of bone underneath you, you see instead nothing but pitch darkness. You look around, the horizon continues on to this pitch dark, almost void-like area. You feel the surface of a solid ground underneath you, looking around. Silence.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep moving forward. Kind of head
You
down.
walk forwards, head down, feeling a slight decline, almost feeling as if a path is walking forwards ahead of you. A slight rigid to the ground now as you feel almost like cobblestone. You look behind you and see a slight hint of snow beginning to rise as trees begin to build and grow within either side. The void is there, filling in the empty spaces where the snow does not touch, where the trees do not grow, as the branches continue to fold and wrap over you like an archway. The path continues on, the dirt and the stone rising before your feet until you see the path eventually stop, almost as if completely dropping ahead of you.
Hmm.
It is then, for the first time, you hear a noise. Soft at first, almost rapid, however, soon coming to a frequent flap and flourish you see coming to a branch almost directly above your head, a pale snow-white owl.
Kind of cock my head to the side a little bit, squint a little bit, raise one of my hands up like I'm aiming
It
for
will,
it.
it will turn its head, almost mimicking you slightly. The hand rises up towards it, almost kind of like how you saw Freya mimicking the contraption before. However, instead, the howl steps down, the claws resting around the fingers, almost digging in until you see a single drop of crimson drop from your finger, hitting the ground. The single drop seems to spread within the snow, showing that small pool of crimson before the owl quickly drifts into that void ahead of you, turns, wings spread out wide, only as if to grow and expand. To your eye, it seems that it's only turning in mere comparison, not if changing. However, as it turns, the mere size of the snow white owl slowly begins to come into fruition. The void in front of you, once complete black, now completely filled by this flowing, flying creature in front of you. It leans in, bringing its beak ever closer to you, yet as you reach out towards it, should you do so. It seems as if just out of your reach.
Noticing that, I'm gonna launch an Eldritch Blast at it.
Go ahead and roll.
Sure.
You watch the Eldritch Blast shoot forwards, impacting but simply passing through, as if the burst of feathers impact into the air almost like a cloud of snowdrops. You stand there in the void as the snow begins to fall around you, falling into that void below. As you see the pathway that was now in front of you is simply a cliff.
I'll
You
just
see the snow continue to fall and fall further and further down.
put my arms to my side, lean out a little bit, and yell, "What do you want from me?" I'll shoot another blast at it. And then just another one wildly, not even aiming.
You blast now, just impacting into the air. The large owl no longer in your view as shooting out these bolts of energy into the void. You can't help but hear a sudden voice in the back of your head. Take a leap. Spread your wings.
I'll take a couple heavy breaths and then close my eyes and channel my drow magic and surround myself in darkness. And then I'll just fall forward.
Take that deep breath. The shroud of drow magic now caressing your form, creating that small cloak as the small droplets of snow caress that almost fog-like aura. You can't help but notice the small bits of feather beginning to grow within the snow, almost like a mantle across that dark shadow. You step forwards, feeling the air and the sudden rush of wind, seeing the feathers flying behind you, not of dark black, but instead of the snow white, the same of the snowy owl that you saw before you. You come back within the booth feeling cold.
I do that thing when you feel like when you're dreaming and you're falling and then you just slam your head for no
Yes.
reason. Yeah. I'm making a really loud
Just
noise.
impact
Yeah.
against tone, just like poof, impacting against the table above.
Mm-hmm.
A few patrons look over at you, but you bring your head up from the booth. Fresh red stain on your forehead, but
Am I still shrouded?
uh, you do notice that there is a slight dark shroud covering most of your shoulders that still drift and drip.
Sorry. Bad dream. Yeah, you can go back to your drinks. Um. hmm. Yeah. I'm gonna try and see if I can figure out what time of day it is.
Looking outside, you can see when it was around midday, it is now around early evening. Sun's gone mostly down. You can see the orange and blues already beginning to melt into a reddish gray.
Yeah, I think that'll be the end of this day. I'm gonna,
Okay.
yeah, call it for the day.
So you have 5 remaining days apart from number 2. So 4 remaining days, should you wish to do anything within respites.
Other than use that time to obviously level up and figure out the new skill set that I have and spells that I learned. I would like to try and make some money on dice if anybody's throwing down through one of these
Yes,
days.
indeed there is. See, so there are quite a few small rings that you can see cruising through the Lonely Sonnet. You are familiar with some of the games that they have here. Dragon's Dice, three card ante, as well as the King's Gambit. You're also familiar with the small game of Rickets, which is basically the same as craps, trying to find a 7 or 12.
Okay. Maybe I'd try a set of that. IRL, I've never been good at craps. We'll see if she's any better.
You see that there is technically a designated roller every now and then that passes on by. They're rolling essentially to see how many times that they roll without getting a 7 or 12.
Mm-hmm.
And each time that people put in money and they fail, they take the money until they succeed, essentially. At which dice are pulled over and the betting begins again.
Okay. Do I bet on others or do I bet on myself?
You bet on others.
Okay.
So it is purely a game of chance, but also trying to see who has the better luck and try and trick those out of it.
Uh, yeah, I wouldn't mind doing some of that. See if I
Okay.
could use some insight to kind of use my insight to kind of see if I can size people up, see how I think they're going to be going. Obviously, dice are random, but also being
What games are you proficient in?
dice sets, dice games.
Dice sets? Then yes, you are able to get the proficiencies of this. So, go ahead and let's see. I'll go ahead and ask you to roll me a perception check, and you can add an additional proficiency if, yeah, you get an additional proficiency.
All right, so add 3 to this because I am
Add three
terrible
to
in
this.
perception. So 13.
13. Okay. So, getting a general idea at the current table in question, you can see that there is mostly just novices playing at this game. You can see that a lot of people are just splashing coins around, mostly taking their chances and all screaming out and cheering the occasional time that a 7 or 12 comes around and they could get their money back. But you can see that there are maybe 2 to 3 people that are very, very good with their hands.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that some of them are starting to roll a certain way that allows them to start sticking one of those sixes.
Okay. And do I make money if they don't roll a 7 or a 12, or I make money if they do?
You make money every time you don't roll a 7 or 12.
Okay. Oh, every time the roller doesn't make a 7 or 12.
Correct.
Gotcha. Because that would be crapping. All right, so I don't know if you want to if you want to play this or how you want to do this. I don't want to take up too much time.
Right. If this was an in-person game, I'd probably have a whole bunch of people playing it. However, for the time being, given that we have a whole bunch of people who have downtime, I will go ahead and say this. Go ahead and roll me with advantage, dexterity, sleight of hand, and again add 3 to the roll, given that you're proficient with dice games.
I will say if at one point I would if to make a big payout, I would try to use sleight of hand and also minor illusion to try, like if I'm one of the rollers, to try and keep one of the dice in my hand to make sure I don't crap out.
Okay. For that, I need you to roll me a stealth check and a sleight of hand to pull that off.
All right, do you want the first sleight of hand at advantage and then stealth and sleight of hand normal, or am I switching this to just stealth sleight of hand?
Given that you are now adding an extra bit to the chase, I'm gonna have you roll the stealth and sleight of hand beforehand.
Okay, stealth, sleight of hand.
Good.
Those are not with my proficiency bonus, just so you know.
Okay.
So if I get that, then add 3 to whichever one you want to add 3 to.
Yes. Yes, you do. So both of them get the 3. So that is a 17 and a 19.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You start doing the trick the first time. It seems that it's working.
I only
Go
want to do
ahead
it
and
once
roll
to
with
try and get a
advantage.
big payout.
You tried it the first time, no one seems to notice.
All right,
Go ahead and roll
gotcha.
with advantage.
Another sleight of hand, or
Sleight of hand with advantage, please. And add the 3.
16.
Ooh, so 16. You get a good general crowd going, starting with just maybe a couple 5 or 6 around the table.
Mhm.
However, at some point, maybe a good 5 minutes of just constant rolling and constant coins just going and going, you eventually see someone is starting to catch on to a point where you're like, okay, now's the time to stop.
Right.
You do cash in, however, a solid, let's see.
If
You know
it,
what? I'll let you roll this one. Go ahead and roll me 2d100s, please.
2d100s. All right, I'll roll them separately. There's one set, and there's a second set.
Okay, so that is 53. So you make a total of 153 gold pieces,
Jeez.
216 silvers, and 25 electrum.
Electrum?
Yes.
I didn't know you used Electrum, but let's go.
You see a lot of dwarves here.
By the way, for those who don't know, Electrum's like the $2 bill of D&D. No one uses
Yeah.
it.
No one uses
Yeah,
it,
I
but you may
realized.
have seen it once before.
Yeah, all right. All right. There's some dwarves here. I can get behind that. Money. Yeah, no, that's a good day. But yeah, other than that, I would probably just be brooding by myself, maybe check in with Harry once during that time, and just thinking over everything that's happened.
Okay.
Other than day 2, of course. So that's all I
Of
got.
course. Okay. Vannon, you're up.
Alright, so
Holy cow!
I want to
money.
do
Use
the
your tool
whatever I have to
sets,
do
people.
the level
Use
up.
your
So I was
tool
going to go
sets.
to Old Bannon and I was going
I'll be right
to
back.
try to work for him for a little bit.
Okay.
Get that
He
last
did
experience.
offer a little bit of a task on the first day, doing some bug uh, extermination within the first mine.
Yeah, so I was going to go do that.
Okay, so you do find that within the lower levels of the first mine of Respite, that the Thakreen have started to slowly swarm further north, finding small nooks and partitions within the mine. You and some others are sent down. Daisy, would you want to join with this essentially?
Yes, I will.
Okay. That will take your first day. But
Very well.
for the time being, you and Daisy go down at joining the expedition of the miners, gaining a good little bit of experience as well as some information, detailing that some of these Thakreen are starting to find indigenous creatures of the surface and using fungal or unknown means to start controlling them. using either the corpses of larger beings. It seems that these bug-like creatures are now using them as mounts or pets to further their strength within the underground. And with this, you get a little bit of experience, which I will go ahead and message you for the time being. Let's see here. So, let me find you real quick.
That was good money. That made up for me having to pay for my resurrection.
So, Vannon, you get this.
I wonder if there's anything
And
worth buying.
Daisy, you get this. For your 1 day of bug killing,
Yay!
The Moon Touch Longsword.
which should put Vannon
Isn't that
over the limit for leveling, so you can start
Yep.
your 5 days.
So I start the leveling process.
One of the
Yes,
More
sir.
Mage would be good, but I don't
Taking
have.
the average
Can't
hit
really
points.
use a wand. I mean, I can use a wand, but
Taking average,
then-
okay.
Figured to be safer that way. Day
So-
5, doing the task.
Horn of
Okay.
Silent Alarm. What is
And during your 5 days of downtime, what are you wishing to do?
Are we practicing learning the new spells? Creating a map of the area we've done already using my cartography skills.
Okay. Horn
Okay.
of Silent Alarm's not bad.
So I will update the map up here when I can. However, this is what you know currently.
Yeah.
So where the hand is, where the Great Gorge is, where Bocheon
Like the
is.
Potion of Hills Giant Strength would be good, but I don't use strength.
And then I was going to do practice some weaving. I already have the proficiency. I'm just going to practice it a little bit and not make anything special or anything like that.
Okay. Using your time to weave and build, you do eventually get enough of proficiency and work with it enough to feel like you can handle this particular thread. Anything else? Research, knowledge, anything you wish to know?
I'm going to try to do some research on the cannon rock, but the one that the natives used for how they mix it into the weaving the fabric.
Gotcha. Go ahead and roll me either a nature or arcana check, please.
Definitely Arcana.
Clockwork Game mode's not bad.
14.
It basically gives
14.
you a free D10 on an attack
Going
once a
over
day.
to the docks, you do speak to one of the individuals in the Molten Forge by the name of Brother Brick. This Durgar individual covered in ceremonial robes, a cleric to, I believe his name was. Where you at? His name was. Where you at? There he is, Terraform, the god of craft and peace. Brother Break will allow you to come in and check in some of the knowledge of crafting that they have. When it comes to Bocheon, you do see some research when it comes to Cannon Rock, but the more prominent bit of research that you can see related to Bocheon is more of the religious type. You can see that within the last coming years, or more so in the last 200 or so years, Bocheon has gone from being a representation and followers of the Six Sisters to more recently coming under the guidance of Ingius, the Groven Queen. Whether or not this has changed the makings of the thread, however, you're not entirely sure.
Oh, adamantine would be great.
Alright.
I can't be crit. Problem is 800 gold. Elven armor is pretty good too.
If I have any more time, I was going to focus on the Six Sisters. I'm trying to see if I can make some research in
The
that.
Seven Sisters?
Seven Sisters, yeah, sorry.
If you discuss with Brother Brick, he does show you a small tome that is currently in a more darker and unknown language. You have a feeling that it is infernal, but it is in a much older text that you are currently familiar with, and will take some time to eventually translate. He's willing to hand this over for a donation of 25 gold pieces.
Yes, I will do that.
Okay. He will hand you the book, which you get the detailings, the familiar emblem that you have seen before. However, with some research, you will be able to translate it should you wish to do so.
Okay. I'm guessing that'll take some time, so that'll be probably like next downtime or so.
How much are you wanting to try and focus on this book?
If I have any time left, I'll probably focus on the book. And then from then, whenever we're traveling, I'll probably read that. Try to read it too.
Go ahead and roll me a base intelligence.
14. Wow, that's really weird.
14. You are able over the next few days, and probably digging into the last day as well, cutting into some overnight sleeping, which you'll probably make up over the last day or so if you wanting to pass an exhaustion and then regain it essentially. But you are able to transcribe the first chapter of this book. And I will go ahead and are you wanting this to be public, or are you wishing this to be just you?
Just me at first.
Gotcha. There you go. All right, I will leave you with that. Daisy.
Yeah, I would get the Moon Touch Longsword, but I have Devil Sight, so I can see through anything normal without light. Like, it's not even dark vision. It's super enhanced
I
vision.
think Daisy gave me a message to put me after Harry, so I will do so.
Okay.
Harry, you're up.
Okay, so starting day 2, I guess I would go look for Lisbon and then find out he is not there.
Yes.
Um,
Your 3 days with Lisbon,
Plus, my thing automatically
however,
counts as a magical weapon.
wait, say that again?
I'll
My
give-
third day
You-
with.
you do have 3 days with Lisbon. The
Okay.
first day, the third, and the 6th.
Oh, I thought the first day was just shopping. So I guess then I guess it'd be
Oh.
first day.
You do have a little bit of time within the first day.
Okay, so I would go see Lisbon on day one, like
Okay.
right after shopping.
All right. What do you wish to? What are you wishing from him?
The first one would be that I want to let him know that we've assisted, or at least I believe we have assisted with the task that he wanted done. Where did I note it at? Noted it somewhere. Did my notes not save? My notes might not have saved.
Believe your task with him was to handle the bandits that were
Yeah,
currently
which we
harassing Bochium.
yeah, or oh wait, we didn't do that. I guess different
Not
set of
yet.
bandits.
You're working on it.
I would talk to him about the how he assisted somebody who apparently may have assisted with his trade routes. I don't know off the top of my head, I cannot remember his exact name. So
Are you speaking about Xenis?
yeah, actually, that was in my notes. I just saw it. I just did not remember that was his name. Yep, Ocean, couple days travel, and I was supposed to speak with Dennis. So we've assisted him directly. Cleared out some people that were causing him and his caravan trouble.
Caravan and technically tribe. The whole village was being attacked. You give the information to Lisbon. He will thank you for your efforts. In exchange, he will help you further a little bit more of your research into creating a design of your own. He will say that if you're wishing to help him on your remaining days, he could be able to help you fully and finish those designs to making a pistol-like contraption, basically a firearm at this point.
Yeah. So, in my mind, it's been a design that I've been working on for a while. So, am I able to lay out the design that I already have?
What
In
were
my
you
mind,
trying to make?
it's kind of, I have multiple variants of it
One of the
because I wanted to
mermaids
start
should
small.
be
So I have
nice
a
for
longer
coloring.
version of like some like long barrel gun, which I imagine is more still in works. The smaller gun would be like a pistol like shape, but with like raven's feathers like decored on the side. Um, could use some refining, obviously, but
Right. Checking some of the designs, he will look over the smaller
Braces of
one with
defense
the
would be nice, but I
raven-like
use a
wing
shield.
design, giving a slight nod of looking at practitioner work and practicality instead of uh looks and flashy flashy additions essentially. He's not really interested in adding extras to the weapon at the moment, just getting it done. However, says that he could possibly get a pistol-like design at the ready and perhaps have one made in the next few days, should you wish to try and find the materials as well as the funds to put forward towards the project.
um, so what does he need extra from me along with while I'm working with him?
He will tell you that there was a small group that he saw head into the mines, and wasn't entirely sure who they were, but one of the individuals did have a particular tool that was very well used in mining cannon rock, and more specifically cannon rock, and he is wishing to find out who they are, first of all, of who went into his mine, and secondly, what exactly they were doing within the mine.
Okay, not exactly what I thought I'd be doing on my days off, but if that's what he needs, I guess that's what my priority will be.
Go ahead and roll me a
I
persuasion
have
check,
some.
if you don't mind.
An iron stone.
Terrific. I'm so good at the skill.
Non-iron would be good. The iron would be
You will
good.
hear within the midst of that conversation that the individuals looked dwarven and one of them looked halfling.
And I'm
Apart from
trying.
that, there doesn't seem to be any other details of who went into the mine. And this was
And
on the first day.
can I just ask for one more reiteration so I can make sure my notes are sound enough of what my quest is?
Sure.
Just want to retype, like read over everything.
So Lisbon is wanting you to look into the 4 individuals, 3 dwarves and 1 halfling, that went into the mines the night before, have not come out, and one of the individuals went
Bringing
in with a
protection's probably the
tool
best thing.
that is
Bringing
specialized
close
in
protection.
mining cannon rock. So they've clearly been doing this before. He's wanting to know who they are and why they're doing it.
Okay. Solidify up those notes a bit. Thank you.
In the means of the pistol, however, the pistol firearm will cost you the makings of around about 170 gold pieces to create, as well as around 10 pounds of raw cannon rock or 3 bars of cannon rock ore. How you get these is up to you.
3 bars are 20 pounds. 10 pounds. 10 pounds.
10 pounds. 10 pounds raw or just 3 bars reserved, essentially. You'll be able to create the firearm in around 3 to 4 days after you've given him the money and materials, and he will do the rest for you.
Okay. Out of curiosity, cannon rock weaponry, does it require ammunition or is the cannon rock
Yes, it
the
does.
ammunition? Okay.
You will require ammunition, and he is willing to provide some at the moment of completion.
Um, is there anything I can do in the forge today to start prepping for this work? I have some. I have some extra metal and stuff, I could start trying to forge. If he seems more focused on the bare bone, I could work on the decor pieces of the iron to start like setting up the flares of the pistol.
I will say that he will not allow you to start the actual bare bone structure of it yet until the materials are provided. However, he will allow you to create your flair and designs in your free time with whatever materials that you have on your person.
Yeah.
So I will allow you to go ahead and roll me either a Tinker's or so this will be a dexterity or strength, and you'll be adding your proficiency. Uh,
So this is a stretch, but I'm gonna try it.
all right.
Since I am proficient in both smithing tools and tinkering tools, and I feel like it would be a bit of smithing and a bit of tinkering. Can I get both?
No.
No. Um,
I will allow you to roll with advantage.
and since it's more fine, I'll go for a dexterity if that's okay.
All right. So go ahead and roll with advantage
So
using
roll with
dex
advantage and then plus proficiency, right?
plus proficiency.
So that's going to be a 24.
24. Using the limited time that you have already created what seems to be a very nice, uh, almost shaven, bits of metal like wing that's very much, it's very makeshift but very well made. A lot of the sharper edges have been filed down to ensure that they're not actually going to cut or scrape you should you use the weapon. However, you have made it so that it's not going to be any weight differential or any uh it's not going to cause you any worries or harm if you should actually attach this to your piece.
Uh, yeah, that's probably the majority of my first day. Would be
It's,
getting that set up. Day 2 would be. Is the activity happening early morning or late afternoon?
that would be happening in the morning, given that those who are going are also going in the morning.
Okay, so that would be the morning when we would return from that, depending on the time, approximately. If I'd have time, I'd start questioning around the mine, seeing if I get any information about some doors and the halfling. Like maybe I don't know, maybe a skinnier dwarf. I don't know. That went in the 2 nights ago.
You would have heard at this point around the second day about three strings and a couple of dwarves going missing.
Time is a weird soup.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to find out more information about them. So I guess I got their names. So 3 strings and a couple doors. So I guess 3 strings would be the halfling.
That's what you believe. You have seen a halfling within the Lonely Sonnet using a lute and picking away at it on your first encounter here. He has been more used to giving out the occasional presentation or calling to arms within respite in the mornings, as well as sending out the occasional news. But over recent days, he has been missing, and the announcements have been made by either Freya or Mr. Jem. His
Mr.
absence.
Jim, Mr. J, Mr. J.
If it's too late, then that's the information that I would gather from this day. If it's still early enough, I would go see if I could do a scout on the mine, see if maybe I can find any traces of them.
Go ahead and give me a survival check, please.
Five on that too.
You have a feeling that taking a look at the main area of the mines, plenty of people walk here, maybe thousands of people walk through here pretty much every other day. So it's hard to really track just four individuals when walking through here.
I'm looking for more
You
specific signs, like maybe there's a discarded loot somewhere that's broken, or I don't know, some
you go
such.
further down, seeing the occasional fried chitin body of a Fakreen appearing once in a while, sticking to the shadows. However, you do notice that there is one of these side mining shafts that seem to have caved in recently.
Okay, I would take note of that, and am I correct? Double checking. Was I not given a pickaxe?
You were distracted. You make anything from gambling?
Do you have a pickaxe?
Noted,
Yeah.
but I remember specifically asking about it. And I was told I could take one.
153 gold,
I believe
25
you
electrum,
did
and like 230
take one, yes,
silver.
from Lisbon's.
'Cause I
I made a
remember
lot of money.
specifically asking about one, so that if it
150
came up, I
gold,
could
153
do
gold.
something with it.
Right.
Yeah, I made some bank.
Don't
That
have
basically
noted.
pays.
Did I try to add it? And, like, wasn't there or something?
That
I'll
basically
say for
pays
the
for my
time
Yeah,
being
that's
that
what it
resurrection.
Harry
was.
does have it, given that you were
Miner's
clicking
pick.
down here anyways.
Okay. So I
Yeah, that's
am
gambling if you're
going to
gonna
pull
get
out
caught.
the miner's pick and start trying to see if I can get through the rocks, see what's on the other side.
I wasn't cheating. I was
You
just
start
using
hammering
my
away
advantages.
at the cave-in, and you see the occasional break of some of the stone, but with your
But hey,
smaller
coming from
stature, you have a
you,
feeling that you're going to be doing this
Professor,
for
I
a
don't want to hear
while.
it.
You have a feeling that you're probably going to need some of the others to join you here.
Is there any chance I could try to like call out like into the rock and see if maybe I can hear anything on the other side?
You call out, shouting and shouting.
Calling for
There
three
does not seem
strings,
no
etc.
answer. There does not seem to be any answer.
I'll take a note, like keep a note of how I got here so that I can get back to the specific cave in the event of it.
Okay.
If it's like, at what time would it be approximately? Let's say at this time.
At this time, it's around night.
Okay, so I would call it for the night. I'd work on my secondary design since it seems like I'm gonna have to kind of design the pistol around the base. Did he modify the design at all, or did he just ignore the fancy stuff, worry about the main stuff?
He ignored the fancy stuff and
Let me get
focused on
another
the
thing.
main.
Okay, so he didn't modify the drawing.
Is that all?
I'm
Sorry?
asking if he So he definitely did not modify the design at all.
No, he hasn't designed. He hasn't modified it. He's keeping it to your design currently, allowing the creator to have the most choice in this.
Okay.
But he's keeping more of the more intricate and less needed designs out of the way for the time being.
If so, I want to
Still
start designing basically a longer range weapon. Would Harry have any idea what would control the range of a cannon rock weapon?
Without experiencing yourself, you're gonna find it very
Cheez-Its.
hard to.
If anyone
I've
want to know
seen a
what I snack on,
pistol and I've seen a
Cheez-Its.
shotgun, have I not?
You've seen him put a hand on some larger device. You've never actually seen him bring it out. Uh, you also know that having a longer barrel and design is going to take a lot more recoil. And with the current situation that you don't even know what the pistol is going to feel like, you're not entirely sure if dealing with something bigger isn't going to take your shoulder out.
I'm still gonna design it anyway, shoulder or not.
Uh, you will be able to start the beginnings of your designs, however, not getting anything too complex for the time being.
Yeah, I imagine that I had previously started working on it, and then I'm probably just adding to it, I guess. So,
But that will be your week.
Arrow catching shield
oh, the
might
whole
be
week.
amazing.
That will be it.
Oh,
Unless you're wanting to do things on the off days. I believe you have 4 and 5 that
yeah, the
you
off days would be like one of the off the next day would be day 3. Lisbon would be there. I would do some forging while the group was out doing whatever, and if I could pull some of them, I would try and basically I'm gonna keep trying to go back into that cave to see if I can look into that cave in, but I need assistance with it. Maybe while I'm in the uh while I'm forging the decals and the decorative things for the flare for the guns. Maybe I see if I can recruit some miners to assist me with this. Their trade. I hear about a cave
uh
in. People lost. Use some help possibly.
go ahead and roll me just a base charisma check, please.
Can I add a cute modifier for being an adorable little bunny weapon?
The dwarven miners don't care for cute things.
Fair enough. Like charisma. Or wait, or did you say persuasion?
Charisma.
Yeah, could be worse.
Uh, unless you're willing to part with a fair amount of coin, that would cover their day's work essentially. They'd rather be focusing on their work, given that they've been well paid and don't want to lose their jobs.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So yeah, then I would resort to seeing if I can get the group to help me out some way.
All right. Get the group out some way. Is that what I heard?
Get them to help out. Like, see if
Yeah.
I can get them to help me with the rock, clear out the cave. Maybe state there might be someone in danger that we can help out. Might owe us a favor of some sort.
This can be brought up at the end of the week. All right. Anything else for the week, Harry?
Um, no.
Right.
I am here, by the way.
Okay.
Alright.
Give me a message if anyone else is needing anything. But yes, Daisy, you're up.
Alright, so first day it was the mines.
Exterminating. Yep.
Yeah. So the second day,
Second day.
I don't think I
before
leveled
anyone
Daisy.
went out looking for the lost people,
Feels bad.
I would go over to Olive and try not to get Harry's attention. Ask her what is Harry's favorite food.
Wow.
Trying to seduce the poor little bunny rabbit.
What?
And as a
Come on.
noble, I'm not saying cats because I'm not a racist noble.
That's crazy. Oh. You know, I'm trying to think if you ever told me. I mean, he does love carrots.
You hear Daisy say "son of a bitch" in a very hushed tone.
But his favorite, I've only really known him a while, but it never really came up. Yeah, I don't really know.
Right.
No. Yeah, no, it never would have came up probably.
Thanks anyways, Olive, and good luck finding those lost people.
Yeah. No problem.
So yeah, Daisy will go back
It's a
to her
drag
room.
kill.
Having remember that she is still armored, she will take off her armor and then just walk in normal clothing. And she will head down to the docks to the this shadow of the temple of the lady goddess. Which one is her name again?
Ingius.
Yes. Going under the shadow of Ingius' temple. Sitting down there, looking towards the ocean if possible, and then she will try to talk to Syl.
You sit down amongst the growing vines and the wooden benches that sit amongst the wooden ashen statue of the Groven Queen. The dark red hair flowing out in leaves, with the dark white blossoms covering most of her form in a form of a dress. You sit there for a moment, taking in the warmth of the natural glow of the Queen of the Feywild before feeling a hand on top of yours and seeing a familiar, older face sitting beside you, looking up towards the wooden statue with a smile.
It's been a while, Syl.
Indeed it has, dear Daisy.
I have a few questions. More on the mm, how do I put it? More on the normal side, right? Not very esoteric or grandiose plans as before.
Sitting there, you can see he's wearing the same flowing green and white robes that most of the priestesses and clerics that seem to pass on by here are also wearing. The olden elven male, bunched up hair tied in the back, but still flowing on either sides of the shoulders. Uh, Looks over you, smiles.
Yes, I do believe that we were discussing a few things before. You were saying that you wanted to discuss and have a conversation. Well, here we are. So I would love to have that conversation, my dear.
So when we left the boat chain and we were trying to find the bandits, pirates, whatever they are, and I remember now having properly rested. I did say like, oh, we should ambush them. We find any of them. Yet, when the time came, I saw Silas there. Just couldn't control myself, and I partially blame myself for all of his death. It's a bit hard to deal with it.
You, that in the general sense of things, my dear, anger can be quite the uncontrollable beast. Like the rage of a bear protecting its cub, you have to genuinely see the bigger picture. In many cases, I understand your pain. I was there the entire time to observe and not be able to interact. It was hard to see you in such a state after all these years. Like looking through a glass and unable to break through.
Looking at you through the glass.
Yet
Don't know how much time has
sometimes,
passed.
when called upon, the anger can be advantageous, sometimes beneficial, but also, as you have experienced, quite disastrous, if put ill-advised.
Yeah. Hell, even I snapped at Harry for like such a stupid thing. It was just a misunderstanding, and you know, he didn't fully say, and I, you know, jumped at it and then smacked him and caused a scene. And you see, and still would see she's blushing a bit because she feels very embarrassed after noticing it.
Well, Daisy, let's be perfectly honest. I did not connect with you for your patience.
Yeah, you're right about that. Uh,
In fact, I find it quite entertaining. But I do agree, the bunny did not deserve it.
it felt funny for a second, and then it all
Because of
washed
me,
away with embarrassment.
he's just known as the bunny.
Guilt
Just the
usually
image.
does feel like that, yes.
Why are we humans so complicated?
You are indeed quite complex yet simplistic beings. Very simple, very mortal. However, you, as a confined being, do create quite the spectacle in the long run. I must say, watching from afar, it is quite entertaining. But up close, it does have its moments.
Imagine the havoc I could have wrought with my siblings.
Now that would be entertaining. However, for the time being, allow me to regale a tale of my fair queen up there.
I'm all ears.
Oh, well, you see, the Groven Queen was not the first, as you could guess, of her many sisters to actually regain the crown. For you see, it was the first sister that ended up losing her crown because of her rage. She was jealous of her third, the one who actually became betrothed to the one that she loved herself. And in her rage, she decided to smite her third sister, smiting down the one she loved in return, and became corrupted and, well, consumed within her rage that Ingius basically stepped up and took over her place. It is said that the first of her sisters has disappeared amongst the Feywild, still cursed amongst her rage and still wishing to find her love in the midst of it. Of course, never to find it.
Hmm. You remember what Bannon said, right? Old Bannon, sorry. That there was uncontrollable corruption spewing from the west, from a temple of Inchius.
That does sound very uncharacteristic of her. As I said, she's the more patient one.
What if it's her first sister's revenge?
If it was the first sister's revenge, I'd say we'd be in very deep trouble. Even more if I believe that the patient Groven Queen has finally lost her patience. Now that would be quite the spectacle. At that point, he will look over at you. The smile fades to a more somber glance, giving a more sinister and darker tone to the situation.
Yeah. I think for the time being, while we are in town taking this reprieve, I may visit this temple, see what I can learn about her and their versions. See if there's any keys to unlocking the secret to this potential corruption.
Might be a good idea. Might stick around. Quite a few attractive elves around here, if you don't mind.
Of course not. You can always spy from behind.
I prefer the front.
At that point, you see the wisp of leaves disappear in a blink of an eye. Still no
Daisy will
longer
chuckle.
standing.
She'll get up, she'll stretch, and it's like, need to buy a watermelon. And so she will go on to try and find and buy a watermelon.
Within the small markets along the dockside, you do see a small cart that does have a few watermelons.
I'm buying one watermelon.
It will cost you 3 silvers.
Done.
It's one hell of a melon.
Alright. I'll take it to my room,
Okay?
and then, quietly, so my spiritual weapon. The one that looks like
Okay.
the boned blade.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I'm going to cast Sanctuary on myself, and then using the spiritual weapon, attack the watermelon. Just slice it in half.
Okay.
And see if Sanctuary goes away.
All right. Just carefully cutting the watermelon doesn't seem to have any issues.
Did my Sanctuary go away?
No.
Alright. Daisy will look pleased at herself. And the voice say,
Nice.
I'm a genius. Grab a piece of the watermelon and start eating it. And that's the end of her second day.
Okay.
And for the other 4 days, she will, well, 3 days, because 5th day or something. She will try and help around in Igneous's temple as much as she can, doing whatever chores need to be done. If any sick people come by, she will attempt to tend to them, be they physical or magical wounds that need to be dealt with.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a religion check. And with Still's protection and guidance, I will allow you to roll with advantage.
Nice.
Over the next few days, should you decide to do so, Ingius's temple will welcome you. Behind there will be a beautiful wood elf who will help guide you along the way. This particular priestess will guide you to the others, giving you small bits of information about the Groven Queen and her small family. Hearing about 5 within the family. 2 brothers and 3 sisters. Ingius being the second, the first sister being exiled, and the third currently missing. The 2 brothers that you hear of, the older one is currently still within the Feywild, however, is the crown's guard to the queen. The younger brother, however, does seem to have found himself on the material plane and is rumored to find individuals like yourself, kind of like how Syl is with you, making deals and creating small contracts and uh, gifts here and there. However, pertains more to creating pacts instead of uh, creating a union of ceremony and religious prayer. You
Okay.
do not get any of the names, however.
Right. Yeah, that would be it until day 5. See whatever
Alright.
happens.
You do get paid for your time within those days within the temple. Let's see. I will go ahead and roll for you this time. Let's see here. So you do get around 57 gold pieces for your time, helping those around the temple as well as learning a little bit of information. You do know that the family of the Groven Queen are not related to the religious sect of the Seven Sisters. If you had the idea that the sisters of the Groven Queen were related to the Seven.
Good to know that it's not.
Mhm. Apart from that, you know that Ingius is more related to lawful good patrons, and you have a feeling that most of her kin, as well as the first sister, are more of the chaotic nature. However, you have a feeling that those who have followed the first sister of the Groven Queen are more oriented to a more evil path.
All right.
Apart from that, that is pretty much all that you learn within that time.
Sounds good.
And that's all you wish to learn. Okay. So, the events now begin. Given that you've got some information already about the day of the 2nd, concerning the 4 individuals missing as well as 3 strings, those 3 that come across Mr. Gem on the 2nd day will hear of 3 individuals, 1 coming from the boats outside, 2 coming from the docks, as well as 3 strings, the halfling, having drunken themselves silly on the first night and having disappeared, disappearing off to the northwest. If you had any questions, you're free to ask.
Said 3 strings came out drunkenly from the sonnet.
Yes, he had quite a lot to drink that night. It was, let's see, it was a Durga fella, there was another female dwarf that was with him. Then there was another dwarf that came from a boat. Uh, some sort of Torin Tuggin. Oh, I don't know what his name was again. Then there was Three Strings, who was entertaining that night. Got a bit drunk with those three. Spoke about finding some sort of device and then making some easy cash.
You said they took off to the northwest.
Northwest, yeah.
There,
Some of the miners said that they saw them heading towards the first mine. Not sure
So-
why.
you said they were drunk, so I imagine they were speaking pretty loudly about this endeavor.
Oh, yes, very much so.
Was there anyone else in the bar that night that you maybe don't recognize or wasn't a regular?
He's gonna take a moment to think.
Yes, there was that one fella, that Torin fella. He doesn't really come around often, just once in a while.
I know you're probably busy at night, so I don't expect you would know. But just in case, did he seem interested in what they were talking about at any point?
He was the one that spoke about the device.
Oh, okay,
Um,
okay. Sorry, I misunderstood you.
Right. He was the one that said that he had a device that was able to gather material. Um, the others were very interested in it. Spoke very loudly of it.
Hmm. And they left at night, he said?
Yep. Bottles in hand, arms wrapped around each other, singing great songs about making themselves rich.
Not the greatest idea, right? It's fairly dangerous outside town, especially at night.
Especially at nighttime.
Yeah.
Especially from what I hear about some of the miners. Those bug-like creatures get very active during the nighttime.
Did they look like they could potentially handle themselves, even though they were drunk?
They were drunk.
Yeah, well, I suppose
Well,
probably not.
the brother Drake, he could probably handle himself. The one that was with him, the female, she was carrying an axe with her. She was a bit of a rougher type. Three Strings isn't exactly known for fighting, however. More speaking his way out of issues than actually throwing hands.
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder how well that's gonna work with the bugs. Probably not great.
Right.
A 20-story giant purple worm? Probably not well.
Well,
Yeah, that one too. What did they call it? The thumb?
Yeah, it did have a name, didn't it?
I don't know about this. There's a purple worm outside.
Oh yeah,
Anywho,
colossal.
thanks for the info.
He's looking at you all at the moment, like now hearing news that he's never like this is like general news that he's never heard before. Like looking at you all like, okay.
If you're planning on heading north out of town, I would suggest staying away from suspicious looking rock formations.
Is that where the purple worm is?
Oh, that's where we encountered it.
Good to know.
Thank you
You
for
just see
the.
him reach over to a piece of paper under the counter, write something down, put it back under the counter.
Smart man. Yes, thank you for the information. We'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Yep, have a good one.
Yep.
So, boys, are we going to the northwest?
Seems so. It's nowhere we haven't been before.
All right. So,
Harry's with us, right?
and
Okay.
yes.
Those three.
Coming around using a little bit of background knowledge with Harry, who guides you towards where the mining area is. Using a little bit of permission from Lisbon, uh, Harry is able to guide you to the mines unperturbed. You do see other individuals constantly moving back and forth throughout the mines, moving further in, and you do notice a particular growing gathering of Thrakreen bodies, the insect-like creatures slowly being piled up in certain areas. However, the further you go down, the more bodies seem to be coming up.
Olive just smiles at the constant flow of bodies.
Maybe perhaps we really did end that infestation.
Well, I did blow a lot of them straight to hell,
Oh yeah.
saving
Oh yeah.
Bannon. That was fun.
This is within the first mine. You're not back at the second.
Right.
Moving on down a little further, you guys do notice the cave-in on the left side. Maybe after a solid hour of walking throughout the mines. At this point, the miners have grown very thin. Most of the individuals that you can see here are the militia or the well-armed individuals, sometimes adorned with markings of factions, others adorned with just the makings of makeshift armor.
Just as we're
But
walking, as it's kind of like we're
yes.
passing sparse miners, I
What do
just
you
like
want?
to ask, just random people if they've seen a bard, a dwarf, and what do you say, a tauren?
Lauren, yes.
Rather motley looking crew. They kind of stick out. You notice them.
Come here. I don't know what you want.
You go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Okay.
One of the few things I'm good at. He's better.
One of the miners you catch when passing on by, holding a
I think I'm the
small
best
sack of
intimidation.
what looks to be recently mined raw
Hopefully.
cannon rock in one of his bags and a pickaxe on the other. Looks over. Well, I did see someone head in yesterday around last night of that description. They were holding plenty of bottles and holding a bit of a mechanism in their hands as they went down here. They,
Them.
well, just the four of them, honestly. Don't know why they came down here.
So they went further in.
I saw them around the entranceway maybe a couple of minutes and then I heard a big boom.
Christ. Well, that's not good.
No, it's not. It's a shame, honestly. From you said it was a bard. Was it a three strings guy? I love his songs.
Yeah, it was 3 strings.
Oh,
Is
that's
we'll
a
say
shame.
is. Keep your optimistic.
Well, hopefully you find them. But yes, I was hanging out with the forgers talking to the Dragonborns up there. And yeah, I was talking to him and I saw them go in and maybe around 20 or 30 minutes later, I felt like the ground shake a little and I heard a bit of a boom from inside. You kind of have to listen out for those things occasionally.
Imagine
Oh,
your
I'm
line of
sure.
work mining. Oh, sorry.
I am there, correct? Just double checking.
Yes.
I kind of like pop my head up. You said strange device. Can you describe it a little bit?
I'm looking at it.
Let's
Hmm?
see. Oh, well, it had like
It
a
was
pointed
Midgar.
tip with like ridges around it, and then you
Usually
had like
4
the
of them.
handles on the side, and then there was a mechanism at the front. There was like a cord
Oh,
dangling from
Midgar.
it, some sort of
Final Fantasy
chain.
7.
But it was like they were holding the handles on either side, and then the
Interesting.
pointed front was at the front of it, so they could push it
Let's
forwards.
check it.
It was like that they could actually
Hmm.
push it into the lock, and it would get the stuff out without any
I never played 7. I got
issues
35
to,
minutes into it, got
well, any
bored, and
damage,
stopped.
so to speak. Kind of like chipping away at the
And then
ore
I
and the
didn't play
veins.
again. I skipped
It
7, 8, and
would be a
9 and
lot
played
easier.
10. No, he didn't play. You might think it's
How
cool.
many did you say went in together?
Four.
Like four. Yes, there was like three dwarves and that singing fella.
Thought you could hear with those big ears.
This is exactly the people I'm looking for. Do you guys remember? Or actually, if this is day 2,
This
This
is
is day
day
2.
2,
I
and
guess
we've
this might
been
change.
walking looking for them. And we got to the mines, and you showed us the cave-in, or you told us about the not cave. Was it a cave-in? He told us about.
It was a side branch that had been caved in.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's where we're at now.
Sorry.
No worries. You don't have to apologize about your ears. They're perfectly fine and fluffy.
They are.
I know you'd think nothing gets past those things, but seems like some things go straight through.
The hair sometimes gets in the way. It's an up and it's a down. You know how it is.
I really don't
Yeah,
actually.
yes. I've been working this mine for like around about 20 years, and occasionally I do miss the occasional vein, so I can believe he can miss something with those big ears. Now,
So you
if you
said it
don't
was
mind,
like
I need to get back.
you said it was like
Yes.
30 minutes after they came in. Is that too much further down, do you think?
Well, given the fact that it should have taken you around that time to get around here, this was falling around about this morning, now that I think about it.
He just like looks over towards the cave and like inspecting it for a moment, just like,
You know what? This might have been it.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much. You need to get back
Yes,
to work, I
no,
know. I'm sorry.
yeah, yes. Thank you. Working on time, working by the hour.
just gets on the way.
So this is what you needed help with?
Yeah. Kind of not the strongest. So.
All right. Well, step back, unless you have something better planned, and I'll throw 2 Eldritch
I have.
Blasts at it.
Sure. You impact against the stone. Go ahead and roll me just damage.
Should have done 2. Oh man, amazing damage.
The 2 blasts impact against the stone. You see one of the boulders completely disintegrate into dust. However, most of the structure is still there. However, you do hear a slight creak of the stone and the wooden foundations around you as some of the stones begin to click and fall back into place.
Keep it
My
up.
guess is, since it was made with the ground not settling well, blasting away at it probably is not the more efficient way to get back into it.
Hey, look, I don't know these things. I'm not a miner. I guess we gotta do that. Bring you and the professor here for heavy lifting. Okay. When you said we, air quotes, you really meant me, didn't you?
No, I have a pickaxe. I'm able to help, but I'm just not the best at it.
And I'll start pulling rocks away.
I will
Okay.
start trying to assist with the pickaxe, trying to help shift things,
I'll also assist,
You
but I'm
breaking
visibly
larger
trailing.
rocks so they can be moved easier.
okay? Using most of the next couple of minutes, almost getting into the next hour or so, you guys will begin to work away, carefully moving some of the rocks and debris that have come down. The further you start picking away at some of these stones, the more you can start hearing the creaking of some of the
Man, getting
foundations
rid of
of
agonizing
the wood
blast is a huge damage
banisters
hit
around you.
for
Now seeing a slight
Eldritch
decline
Blast,
in the
'cause I
ground
just
the
lost
more you
that on
start to pick away at some of the
+4 for
stone.
each one.
Am I able to somehow
That would have been
like
9 and 6
tr-
damage.
try to like
Instead of 7,
rebrace the
it would have
ceiling
been
and stuff
15.
with the wood that's maybe becoming looser?
But yeah, based on stuff, I'm probably
With
not going to be
what?
much range.
Like, is the wood destroyed, or is it just kind of like knocked over? Like the supports, like that we are creaking. What's the
Give me an
state of them?
investigation check, please. Uh, Taking a look at some of the foundations and some of the wooden structures that are currently holding up the mine shaft, you can see that the cave-in certainly has done some structural damage to uh, some of the nearby side banisters, as well as the very top one. There are quite a few heavy bits of stone that are still locked in and basically held on top of it. That's with a little bit of effort or the slightest misstep that could essentially bring the whole thing down. However, you do have a feeling that you could squeeze past if you took your time.
Okay. Do I think there's any way I could secure it up with like my mechanical slash tinkering knowledge that I have, or is it too far gone?
With the materials on your person, it's going
So
to
I
be a
have
bit of
some
a stretch.
scrap. I have a scrap. I have like some scrap iron and stuff. I have, I think, some like
Right.
refined iron bars.
But you'd need to have like a forge and tools to actually replicate and uh, modify it.
Okay,
Correct?
so I'll say too far gone. I,
Mm.
I wasn't really thinking about like shaping anything. Just curious if I could like somehow strengthen the structure with what I had.
Uh, Not without essentially taking the stones under it and then working on it. You'd have to have something holding it up while you're trying to reinforce it.
Okay, so I guess I will call it all, or yeah, I'll, yeah, I'll call to Olive. Hey, I think I can maybe wedge myself through here. I'm real careful. It shouldn't collapse, but if it does, definitely go get more help. Okay.
Why don't we just clear more debris until you have a better...
I don't think the structure will. I think it'll recollapse if we clear anymore. I mean,
Okay, I
we don't want to
guess.
clear all the. We don't want to clear all the rubble if this isn't even the right spot.
It's true. That would be a big waste of time if this isn't the right spot.
Yeah. So
Agreed.
Can I see anything in the hole that's been created?
With your new with you new dog vision, yes.
Yeah, I'll take a quick look
Uh,
before Harry jumps in.
you feel like after that rest and the sudden release and the leap of faith that your vision has now advanced further, now seeing nocturnally and able to advance stronger within your darkness. Uh, you can see further down, maybe 100 or so feet, what seems to be a drop off.
Okay, but I don't see anyone.
You do not see anyone.
Well, all right, buddy.
Uh,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Give me a perception check.
Oh, the things I'm great at. Let's go. All right, then, natural 19.
You are great
Uh,
at
It
it.
was a natural 20, but...
With this brand new sight and vision, you can actually notice maybe a couple or so feet away, from the opening what looks to be 4 grooves in the freshly moved earth, and you can recognize the imprints of dragging fingertips across the ground trying to grip loose earth. You're not entirely sure if this is only a couple hours or maybe even a day's worth, but you can see that there is 4 grooves currently drag down the looser dirt and gravel, and then immediately drag down the decline towards that drop off further down the uh, pathway. You can see that there is a vast amount of debris and stone that are also impacted against the sides. But with that natural 20, you can see what seems to be the crumpled and destroyed mechanisms of what looks to be the early stages of a steel tip drill.
Okay.
Mostly completely disintegrated from one section. It seems that one of the handles has completely shaved off from its own blade, as either from the cave in or whatever the blade had impacted had completely destroyed the mechanism, and the remains of the machine are currently crumpled on the other side of the hole, which is the drop off around 100 or so feet away.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and relay all that information to both of them. And maybe it'd be best actually if the professor stayed out here. He is pretty fast. But I can go with you. I might need 2 people.
When you're describing the fingertip grooves, like, oh wait, those aren't just water grooves.
Oh
I thought.
no, that's somebody clinging on for dear life, as probably they got dragged down or fell.
Olive, with that natural 20 as well, you can see that around where those grooves are, the stone is probably is smooth enough to easily slip. You have a feeling that that grip area is where someone tried to hold on before eventually sliding on down with the others.
Right. No.
You have a
Unfortunate.
feeling that if you go down, it's going to be relatively difficult to get back up.
Know how far down the drop is?
Oh no, I'd have to be in
No.
there.
I mean, I've got a 50-foot rope, but that's
Yeah,
all.
it's about that. Can I have that?
Yeah, I'll dig into the bag of holding and pass it through.
I mean, I'm still on your side. We haven't gone through yet.
Oh, sorry, I thought you went through. Okay, yeah, no, then I'll just hand it to you.
Okay. So is that instead of both of us staying out here, Harry? How about me and the professor? How about Professor stays out here? He can run pretty fast from what I can see. So if we need help, he'd probably be the best one to get it quickly.
I mean,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, sure. I'm quite speedy when I need to be.
What do you think dragged them away?
Oh, I don't know. That's the interesting part, isn't it?
I could
I
have
don't.
slipped.
They
I
could
don't
have
do well.
slipped. It
But
does look very slippery there. If you want to stay out here, Harry, that's fine too.
I mean, that also doesn't help me because I can't really see very far in.
Oh,
I'm kind of curious about one thing. Here.
Okay.
Let me peek through that gap. Can I see? Do I have a good view of the drill from the side? Rob?
Do you have dark vision?
No, I don't.
You see pitch black.
Oh, Harry, can I borrow your goggles for just 1 second?
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Actually, let me check.
how
They're
much?
not attuned, right?
How much?
Just put 'em-
That's what I don't know. That's what I'm checking.
DM, how much distance between the opening
Not-
that we've had just
Cool.
opened up and the drop down?
100 feet.
Okay. And does it look
You
like
have
I
a
could?
feeling that with this recent change with your vision, that it's the only reason why you're able to see the drop off.
Right. Now I'm just wondering if if it looks like I can stand on the other side through the debris, or if it's like just a tunnel.
You can see that around that 100 mark, that it's maybe a solid like 10-foot, maybe 15-foot gap hole before the other side that you can see. You're not entirely sure if you could make that jump, but if you could, uh, it would probably take some effort and some good timing.
Oh, I'm just wondering if I can stand on the other side of the debris.
You could,
Okay.
for another 10 or so feet before that sudden decline and the slip can be seen.
Oh, I thought it was 100 feet between the debris and the decline and the
No,
hole.
it's the drop.
The
That's the
drop is
drop.
100 feet. It just starts declining after like 10 feet.
Yes,
Gotcha.
and that's where you see the grooves.
And then
So, oh, go ahead.
after I take the rope from you, I'll be like, Harry, you can stay out here if you want, but
I don't want to stay out here.
Well, hold on a second. I'm trying to. Now that I've got Harry's about the goggles of night, and I peer in there. Can I see the drill fairly clearly? Or the
From
device,
this
I should say.
distance, no, you cannot.
Okay. Damn.
You just see this like 10 feet and then just a sudden decline downwards.
Okay, I'll hand the goggles back to Harry. If you're going in there, do me a favor and examine that device. Try
It
more
looked
closely and
pretty
let me know if there's
destroyed.
singe marks on it.
Did I notice singe marks?
You with the dark vision, no.
Okay.
You cannot really take any
Well,
details apart
it's
from the
not
structure.
dark vision. It's normal vision.
Oh, it's normal vision for
Yeah,
you?
it's super
Okay.
enhanced. It's
Hell
normal
yeah.
vision.
Mind throwing that on me real quick?
Sure. You want me to just link it in?
Please do.
Sure.
Let me just
Yeah,
check
no,
that
I
real
had to
quick.
double check because I'm like, that's stupid.
I love invocations for that reason, because sometimes they can be stupidly good. Okay. Normal darkness, both magical and non-magical for a distance of 120 feet. Okay.
Does Professor the one that have the bag of holding?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, if we go in there, why would I examine? Why don't I just give it to you? I mean, it may be mangled in the current state, but you have a master craftsman at your disposal. So
Sure,
why not
you
see if we can maybe fix it?
Well, I was just I know that's definitely possible. I was just my mind is going to if it's singed, because obviously destroyed. If it's singed, they probably hit some cannon rock with it and cause an explosion. That'd just be an added danger to look out for in there. Just what I
Olive,
was
I'm gonna
thinking.
ask for a new perception check.
Sure. This is gonna be like a 2. Oh my god.
Oh, hello.
Oh my lord.
What are the
Stop.
odds?
No, my negative rolls I do great with. The stuff I have +7, I roll like a 2. Like
This new patron of yours is giving you some hella fucking perception right now.
it is an
Okay.
owl. So.
Okay. With this new vision, you're just looking over at that point, just like, does it have scorch marks? Yeah, it has a few.
Yeah.
Just like every time,
You just
like
see
new
me. I
details
just
come
kind of
in.
look through, and I just bring my finger up. I start counting 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it has a few scorch marks, and you're
Yeah,
just
I'm
looking at this
guessing-
void of blackness.
I'm guessing they were drilling, hit some cannon rock, that metal drill bit or end of it sparked, was an explosion.
Do you want us to retrieve it for you?
I want to retrieve it for us.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Let's get it back. It's
yeah.
definitely
Can we
an
have
interesting
your
device.
bag?
I mean, why don't we just hand it out to him so that we go in, we hand it out to him, and then we
let's
look around.
pass it out. That sounds dangerous in there, and there's a good chance you guys might not come back. Prefer not the bag go with you.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be back.
Well, I
And
mean, yeah,
as
not
soon
that
as I
don't
say
believe in
that,
you.
I'm gonna cast Misty Step to the other side of the rubble.
Okay, so you're gonna slide and Misty Step.
What do you mean slide and Misty Step?
Because it's a 100-foot decline.
Yeah, but you said I had like 10, 15 feet before the decline starts on the other side of the rubble.
Right, you need to go down the slide to get to the hole.
Right. I just need to prop myself on the other side of the rubble first. I got plans.
Okay, so it's 30 feet. You Misty Step 30 feet towards the device, correct?
I Misty Step to where I've flat footing before the decline.
Okay, so just so I can give you a general idea of what's going on.
Sure.
There is 10 feet from the rubble.
Uh-huh.
At that point, there is a decline, like a slide.
Mm-hmm.
Does Misty Step say you can only teleport exactly 30, or is it anywhere within 30?
It's up to 30 feet.
Up
up
to
to.
30 feet, right. You will
So you
have to
can
need
be
to
on the flat side.
slide downwards to get to the hole to reach the 30 feet to get to the other side
Right.
where the device is.
Right. I'm not worried about the device right now. I just need to be on the other side of the rubble because the bunny
Oh.
just told me the rubble is very uneven right now and it could cause a cave in if we mess with it too much
Gotcha.
more.
Okay.
I'm just
Sorry, I
trying to
thought
get
you
to
were
the
Yeah,
jumping
backside.
straight to
That's
the
why I was
device.
trying to help him, because I'm like, you
No.
should just be able to blink to the other side. Like, what?
Okay.
I don't.
No, I'm just trying to get to the other side of the rubble at the moment.
Okay. So Misty step behind the rubble. You're on that platform.
Oh, that's not
You
even. But you could
guys,
take me with you.
you
Whatever.
guys see a burst of snow droplets appear in the air and disappear. Olive is no longer there, but appears on the other side of the wall.
Look.
You really, you couldn't take me with you, you magic power lady. Like, come on.
Sorry.
Whatever.
Misty
Please,
Step
either.
is only a one person.
I start slowly and carefully wiggling myself into the gap to get to the other side.
Give me an acrobatics or athletics check, please.
I'm doing it extremely careful. I get advantage.
Sure.
Athletics or acrobatics? So I'm proficient in athletics.
I'll lean against the wall and start expertly twiddling my thumbs as I wait.
Okay. Are you holding the rope? I'm guessing.
We have not given him a rope yet.
No, I just gave my rope to Olive.
Yep.
I don't think
Alright.
she just has it.
I just
I'm
have
not
it.
holding the end of it.
Okay. So, Harry, you slip through. A slight hint of dust appears above you as you step on, but everything seems to stay intact.
As the dust happens, you kind of hear a little like from Harry, like, "Oh no!" Okay,
Rob, is there
good.
any
We're good.
loose
We're
is there
good.
any loose timber around where we're at here?
You can see there's a few loose timbers, but most of it is splinters or smaller sticks.
If I could, I'd just like to, as carefully as I can without disturbing anything, just try to kind of brace the hole they made just in case they have to exit in a hurry and it doesn't collapse or something.
Give
I'm
me an
waiting.
acrobatics or sleight of hand check, please.
What do we want to do? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Using some of the larger, more stronger looking pieces of timber, you carefully make a makeshift brace, essentially. So there is a slight opening and a little bit less space to fit through, but it does seem a lot more strongly intact.
And those kind of call through as Harry disappears. Well, I've got it braced up, but I don't. This isn't gonna last forever, so best not to dawdle. Good luck.
Thanks. Wasn't planning on being too long.
All right, what's the plan?
All right, so from where we're at, it's about you said like from about like 100 feet to the drop off.
Around 100 feet until the drop off. Yes.
So what I want to do is tie my 50-foot and his 50-foot together, and use my grappling hook.
I provide that rope.
Okay, so you have 150 feet.
Oh, you have your own rope.
I think so. Let me double
Okay.
check.
Yeah, if we're tying all three
I thought
together.
that's what you were saying. I thought that's what you were saying. Sorry, let me double check.
Oh no, I have. I
have rope.
I have Professor's
So
rope.
we can
And,
do 150 feet if you really feel more comfortable with it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a lot more comfortable. Can I
Yeah.
find a good spot on this side where we're standing to attach the grappling hook to seem like it'll be a decent snug fit?
You can. However, you have a feeling that putting too much weight might risk the integrity of the stone wall that you're currently attaching it to.
So there is no good place that it looks like I can put the grappling hook, is what you're
Not
saying.
the best places right now, no. The only place that seems the strongest essentially would be the wall that you went through.
The rubbled wall we went through is the strongest place.
Yep.
Is the rest of this place made out of cardboard? Holy cow.
Dangerous ass
Looser
cave,
stone or currently weaker stone due to the recent cave-in.
Well, that changes everything. Okay, does it look like that I can? No, that's 100 feet to throw a grappling hook, plus 15. That's not possible. You know what? Screw it. I don't think that much. Yeah, I'll attach the grappling hook to the wall, and I'm going to start sliding, and I'm going to bring the rope with me and start sliding down over the drop off.
Okay.
Do you need the? Okay.
Do I need what?
Do you need the? Why are you taking the rope? Why don't we just put it over? Like, why don't we just send it over?
Well, I'm not that much of an engineer or miner, but this thing doesn't look the most sturdy, and hopefully it can keep my weight. But if there is somebody who looks like that they fell over, from what I can tell with the what appears to be fingernail grooves in the stone, uh, I don't know if it'll keep both of us. So right now, I just want to see how far down this hole is and see if it's even worth rescuing anyone. And then I'll worry about jumping the gap.
Okay. Just saying, when we eventually do it, I can just shoot the rope across with an arrow.
And what's it going to hold on to?
Shoot it out of a compound bow.
And now you have an arrow and a rope on the ground. Or are you trying to shoot it in a stone wall?
Stone, gap, rock, into the dirt, deep enough, like to anchor it. Wherever that you think it might work. I mean, it's better than just lobbing it over, isn't it?
I'm not lobbing it over. The grappling hook is next to you right now, and I'm dragging the rope, and the rope is going down over the hole.
So
Okay,
are you working
I
with
guess just trying to
100 or 150?
over-engineer the situation.
I'm sorry, what was that, Rob?
Are you working with 100 or 150?
150. There's the 50 I have, the 50 Professor gave, and the 50 Harry has.
Okay.
So that should
Fuck
give us
And
it.
enough
Harry,
room over
are
the
you
hole.
going with?
If you're just leading the rope down right now to check, I'll stay up with this end of the grapple hook and like kind of keep an eye on the rope. Maybe make sure, like, I don't know if I can hold on to it without upsetting the positioning of the rope.
If you want to try and shoot an arrow to pin it into the ground, that might help. Because right now that wall doesn't look the most sturdy. But I don't see any other options. other than me doing a cool slide and then leaving you over here by yourself.
I could definitely try. Do I just think if I shot an arrow through, do I think it would just cut the rope, or do you think it would actually?
If you were working with the
I could also just use some of the metal, see if maybe I can use it to like secure it to the ground. Because I
I
think
was
there was a
going to
couple.
say, if you were working with the silken rope, I would have allowed this to happen, but given the fact you're just working with base rope, no.
Yeah, it's happened.
This will probably just hit and scatter against the stone. Maybe loosen the integrity of the rope.
Any chance that some of the scrap metal? Because before I had gotten pitons, pitons. I don't know. I
I
don't
would
actually know how to say that word.
say if you want to try and reinforce the grappling hook into the wall,
Or just the rope to the ground and stone, like
right,
either or.
using the scraps, you can roll me either a sleight of hand or you know what, let's do a sleight of hand.
Any bonuses from my tools that I have?
You can add a 3. You can add proficiency.
Okay. Sleight of hand with proficiency. 23.
23. You secure some of the pythons into the wall and the ground, securing some of the scrap metal with the rope. You have a feeling that this is a little more secure.
Oh, okay. I'll keep an eye out. Give me a heads up if there's anything wrong, and I can pass on the word. Then I'll be down as soon as I can.
Yep, I'll let you know as soon as I do.
All right, Olive.
Hey. Oh, before you go, try not to die again.
I'll try. And then, yeah, I'll
Okay.
start making my way down the slide slowly as I can with the rope and hang over the edge.
Okay, give me a dexterity save. No advantage, no disadvantage.
Even with the rope? All right.
The ground would have given disadvantage. The rope is easing it out.
Nice 10.
You start scrambling and scraping your way down. As Harry, you just watch as Olive around 20 feet just suddenly feet fall under you, just drop and start sliding down.
Can I yell, grab the rope?
Yeah, I'm going to try and grab the rope.
Grabbing the rope tightly, you feel the sun burning in your hands as you go and make your way down. I need a strength or athletics check, please. That's more like it. A sudden burning into your palms, taking 3 points of fire damage from the rope burn as you securely grasp onto the rope, maybe a solid 60 or so feet down, seeing that hole maybe another 40 or 30 so feet from your feet.
Okay.
Yeah, just a bit of rope burn. It's all right. It is very slippery. All right, I'm going to just keep sliding down from here. I'll just keep rappelling down on the ground, as I'm sure it's slippery enough to keep me going. But with my hands on the rope, obviously.
Yes, you make your way down.
Yeah, just till I get to over the cliff so I can see what's down there.
Looking down into the drop, you can see. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
That's more like it.
There we go.
Yeah, the world's right again.
You see mostly darkness at first, now again blinking as the light slowly comes back. You can see what's maybe a solid 60 or 70 foot drop before you can see further dirt and stone. what looks to be a splintered spine of an instrument can be seen amongst some of the rubble down below, but what looks to be more like footsteps and what looks to be drag marks can be seen further down. Now taking a look, you can see that there is a smaller tunnel leading down on either way below you.
All right, I'll relay all that back to Harry. So yeah, I think they went down here. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going down, and I'll call out when the rope's free, and I think you should follow. But just know that there's gonna be like a 10, 15-foot drop before the end.
The last step's a doozy. Got it.
Yeah. I mean,
Do
we
you
can
want to get the
try
device
and
and like get it up, or
the device is on the other side of this hole and over there. Right, you said it was on the other side of the hole?
It is on the other side of the hole, and you can see quite clearly that this is probably a solid 15 foot wide hole that you're currently hanging from.
I mean, I could do it, but it might be a little difficult for me to get back unless we want to take some time.
Yes,
I mean,
it does come to mind, Olive, that taking this drop, it's going to be awfully hard to get to that rope, which is currently hanging maybe 20 or 30 foot in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And you also know that the current person that has the beacon stone is Vannon.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a feeling that with your current group, you wouldn't be able to get out with anyone if you do find anyone down there.
and I mean, I'm pretty good at jumping. I could try to jump over if you think that would work.
I mean, I can always just get over. I can just Misty Step again. Maybe see if there's something to tie here, but I think everything's down there. The ones we're looking for. But I could try and Misty Step over here, and then if you want, I would prefer to take an hour to make sure I can get out. But
I'll let you decide what you think the best plan is. Right now, I'm just making sure the rope doesn't come loose on you, and you end up in the hole as well.
All right, I'm not good with plans, so I'm going to hold on to the end of the rope, and I'm going to Misty Step across the gap and
Okay.
try and bring a little bit of the rope with me to hopefully clear that gap.
Roll me an
got
Arcana
quick.
check.
Oh, even better.
Terrific. Not bad.
Actually, no. See, I rolled decently with my negatives.
You feel like you shouldn't be able to bring the rope with you with this misty step. However, with a sudden burst of snow-like particles, you can't help but still feel the grip of the rope in your hand as you move over to the space.
I think that was actually going to work. Who knew? Is there anything place over here that looks like I can tie the rope to?
What do I see from my point of view?
You see just pitch darkness. You see the slope, you hear the sudden, you hear essentially flowers
I
just
have dark vision.
hits. Yes, you would essentially just see after 60 feet, Olive just disappear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, dark vision is
Uh,
dimming after 30 feet, so even then it'd be difficult.
right. However, you can just hear Olive using a spell and then starting to work her way around some sort of mechanical metal. On this side, Olive, you can see that there's a few heavier stones that you could technically secure on top of the rock, on the top of the rope, should I say, that you could use as a weight to allow people to cross and not essentially fall.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and see if I can do that then.
You do so. Bringing those over, you now have a solid taut line of rope spanning between uh, the opening in the wall and your platform there. Behind you, you can see just the tunnel continues on further and further without any signs of giving. However, you do look down, and yes, you can see what is the familiar signs of a loot that has been smashed on the ground.
I don't see any real recent footsteps on this side of the tunnel, do I?
No, you do not.
Right. So yeah, I'll grab. How big is the drill? Like, is it handheld? Do I need to put it in my bag?
This is looking at the remains of the drill. You can see that half of it has been basically ripped apart.
Hmm.
However, the drill piece and one of the handles and half of the chassis are probably a solid 10 pounds in your hands. But is very much like holding it in both hands at this point. It is reasonably weighty.
All right, I'll stuff it away in my backpack then. And then I am going to try and I don't know what it's called. You know, where you hook your arms around and your ankles around and try and shimmy my way
Mm,
back.
Just shimmy on over.
Yeah, back
Monkey
that
crawl.
monkey crawl, whatever it's called. I'm gonna call out.
Yes.
Hey, go ahead and tell the professor that we're gonna need 100 more feet of rope. I'm on my way
Answer,
back.
hey, Professor, we're gonna need more rope to really try anything here.
All
So,
right. As you guys are probably going to start making your way back for the others, transporting to the fifth day, given that I've had these two waiting for a hot minute.
Yeah, that's fine.
Daisy and Vannon, you both come up seeing uh, Old Benin approaching to the south, a gathering of 20 or 30 knights in armor and horses, all armored as well in white flowing robes, coming from the western side. Uh, Now, suddenly coming into view, some of the miners and some of the uh, peasantry are starting to come out, casually tending to some of the horses as you see a pale dragonborn, familiar to one of you, seeing this individual sitting at the gardens of Ira and Aura, the twins of fate. Daisy, you have seen this pale skinned dragonborn before, as he steps off his horse, giving a nod to the individual who takes it from him and steps on down, heading over towards Benin.
Do I remember his name or just recognize it?
You do not. You did not get a name.
Right. I walk on over to Bennett and ask, "Hey, what's going on?"
The leaders of the Lord's Alliance. Very rare he comes here. Not favored of the factions as of late. So business with them has to be on the borders.
I see.
Oh, hello there. Didn't know I had company.
Uh, you see him stepping forwards to meet the Dragonborn as most of the other knights are stepping down from their horses and letting them head back towards the docks. I suppose you follow?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
follow as quietly as possible, because he probably has a very important talk with this person right now.
Stepping forward, you see wearing a set of polished chain plate mail, should I say, covered in regals of dragons and dragon markings and runes covering most of his form, adorned with a pale white and golden cloak. A grand tower shield standing at his side, adorned with
Want
the
that shield?
markings of the Lord's Alliance. A singular crown with 3 points shooting on the four sides. You see the Dragonborn resting a large javelin-like spear at his side, resting it behind his shield and bowing his head towards Ben.
It has been a long time, my friend. Long time indeed.
Yes, Regan, I do believe it has been a while. I have seen you at the passing temples over the past few days. Do tell me why you have come here.
Well, of course, of course. Are these associates of yours?
Looking over towards you, Vannon, and then seemingly drifting over to Daisy. You can both see at a casual glance the milked over and cloudy eyes. Usually, the most reptilian are yellowish or more darker and amber colors. These are a complete milky white.
Would I know a reason why?
Give me a nature check or a medicine check, one or the other.
17.
Usually the milkiness to the eyes in most Dragonborn are the common effects of blindness. Either by unknown means or just by natural causes. It seems that this particular Dragonborn is completely blind.
He can see. Yo. That's scary.
Hit blind sight.
Yeah. I would speak up and say, yes, we're associates, but I don't know how private you want your conversation to be. I don't know if Beden wants us here. If it's private.
Oh, I do say I must be hearing the elden reaches of my ears doomed tale tonight. You
Again?
there who talk, you come from there, yes?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Good. Familiar. I do like that sound. Now, you there.
Taking a look over in your general direction, Vannon.
Yes.
Ah, so you do speak.
I can.
Silent types. I appreciate that. Easier to find. Now, I do say, Benin, I do say, the situation at hand has become quite peculiar on the Western. Them plants are quite dangerous, I do say. Over the coming days, I might have procured a few samples of my own, cost my spear, but I have to say, we are losing more people than we are gaining territory.
Bannon will look over at the Dragonborn in question, crossing his arms over his chest.
And I did not put you up to this task, Regan. This was of your own volition, and I had no involvement of this. I told you of the information, yes. However, that does not mean that I need to be involved in your incursion. The involvement of the factions are none of my own. You've known of this for a couple of months now. So why you bring me into this business, I am not sure.
You see the Dragonborn look around at first, giving a slight nod of his head.
That is true, yes. I did indeed. However, again, I call upon your hospitality to maybe perhaps bring some of your militia or those of experienced folk to perhaps help us in the near future should this plantation come into fruition. I know that your territory is something that you uphold quite highly of yourself, so I say, if you're wishing to hold on to it, perhaps involvement of the factions might be highly required.
I've told you multiple times, Bacon. Do not involve me with your antics. If you're wishing to become a hero, by all means. However, my business in my town of respite is my own. If you're wishing to create hassle and trouble in the names of heroics for your grand king, then by all means do so. But do not bring that trouble and heroicness to my borders. If the plantation continues to come upon my borders, then I will handle it.
You can see that there is a very distinct layer of tension in the air between these two.
I will start playing around with my signet ring and thinking to myself, "Damn, I hope Sill's watching this. This is great."
You can't help but notice that there is a singular hummingbird that just seems to rest upon your shoulder, Daisy.
I'll give it a knowing nod.
You can't help but see it wink. Uh, it's very clear from this stance alone that the Dragonborn is looking down towards Benin, and Benin is, of course, staring back up, even though he's looking upon blind eyes. But you can clearly see the fire between the gaze of these two.
I'll keep listening to their fighting.
Uh, unless anyone interacts further, Benin will start to turn around at that point, looking at you both.
I apologize for this. I need to get back to my work.
No worries, Benin. Have a good day.
Likewise, both of you. And Reagan, if you end up falling due to your heroics, I hope it was worth it in the end.
At which you see him making his way back towards Respite, leaving you alone with the Dragonborn. Most of his company are already making their way back towards the ship, which you can see is also adorned with their colors.
I will ask Reagan. Sir Reagan, may I ask what exactly you found at that plantation?
Well, yes, I could possibly give you the information, seeing as Bannon does not wish to listen upon my ears. So I will give you the details instead. Good lady. Might I ask your name?
Lady Daisy Amaryllis of House Amaryllis.
Lady Daisy Amaryllis. The pleasure is mine.
Pleasure is all mine as well.
And you, Silent One, I know you are here.
I am Vannon.
Vannon, pleasure is all mine. I am Reagan Firestorm, leader of the Lord's Alliance and current headmaster of this current sect of the Frontiers Lord's Alliance faction. We are currently staying within Windspear. However, I do love coming around and enjoying the embrace of fate. The twins do enjoy my company, it seems, but Bannon does not. In answer to your question, we went, after hearing from a particular individual, I believe he made the company of your own for a couple of days before heading out by the name of Haim.
Oh yes, good old Haim.
Yes, he told me about this upcoming plantation from the western side, coming from that temple of Ingeus. From what I hear, it was quite dangerous, and to be honest, it was quite the folly that we did not prepare for. Great trees and vines attacked us from all sides the moment we crested past those tree lines. A vast amount of poison and a vast amount of unknown acids were thrown towards us. We sadly lost two of our own.
Daisy
Usually,
is writing this in her book that she recently acquired.
Go ahead.
You're saying the trees did this all?
yes, the trees. The moment we passed the tree line, the vines started coming from the ground. Mutated plant-like creatures coming from all sides. We were ambushed and surrounded. We were luckily able to find the light of Ingeus, and she guided us, made our way out. We sadly lost two of our own, as well as a couple of our horses, but we luckily got out.
Hmm. Yes, we are part of a greater group of people, and we went up north for a bit to a settlement called Bochan, and they are devoted followers of Ignis. And I spoke to your leader, and we had a conversation about this, and he was concerned. Didn't sound like a normal thing to happen, especially to someone like the Groving Queen. He did say if we ever were looking to head down that area, that we could ask for his assistance. So it might be worthy if the three of us, as a group, work on this eventually once again, since Bannon seems to have put a blind eye to things that could grow out of proportions, if you will.
You can't help but see the smile rise across the Dragonborn's face as you mention the blind eye.
Oh, I did not mean any disrespect. That
No,
was
no, I do not mean any offense to it by all means. I can see you quite clearly, even though my eyes are covered. It is, of course, the light that guides me, therefore it is the light that lets me see. Now, in the case of this plant, yes, I would love to hear further research should you find any. For the meantime, me and my gentleman will head back to Windspear. Uh,
very
any
well.
further information that you may find, please come to the King's Crucible. We'll
Right.
be welcoming you any time that should you come over. Information, or should you wish to join our ranks.
Much appreciated.
Anytime. Now, I must say, it is getting late. I must give you all a great day. May the light guide you.
You as well, my good friend.
He will give a bow of his head, retrieve his javelin and shield, and start making his way back to the ship.
I will look over to Van. What a nice fellow.
Yeah, I wonder how he's able to see.
Well, I guess the light guides him. Whatever
Uh,
patron he blesses to, That's quite the patron.
As you say that, around 25 feet away, you just hear the voice, "Damn right I can still see you. Hear you too."
That's impressive, Vannon. That's impressive. Okay.
He's better hearing than I do. And I have 20 years.
Yeah, no, that's very impressive.
But he will return to the ship, letting you rest once more. Time winds back as on the second day, the group of three return from the mines, finding and retrieving Daisy and Vannon, who are currently in the Lonely Sonnet.
How long would it take? How
Getting
long
your
would it take to
food
get back
and
from the
eating
mines?
away. It would take you like an hour or so. My bad.
So what you find?
I probably would have stayed at the mine for them to come back.
Right. So, Daisy and Vannon, you both notice that the three of them head off during the nighttime. Two of them come back an hour later. Olive is currently missing.
Eating
Did
a
Olive
piece of
die
watermelon.
again? did Olive die again?
Yeah, as she's about to put a piece of watermelon, she's like, "Where's Olive?" Oh,
So Olive is waiting at the mine.
Yes.
Did he get buried is alive or dead?
I mean, at this point they could have been, but as far as when we left, no.
so
Multiple
let me
things.
guess. You need a healer.
It wouldn't hurt if you want to come along. Yeah, it wouldn't hurt. But what I really was coming here is we need rope and maybe more hands wouldn't hurt. If any of you guys are interested in investigating some potentially dragged away dwarves,
Dragged away dwarf.
Dragged away by from what?
Oh,
What?
that's the fun part of it.
Before they left, I would have given the professor the drill. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, if we have the drill, then we would pull it out. So we think we found the missing people, but there was this, which is definitely not good. And then there were claw marks in the dirt away from it,
Harry,
like finger
now
claw
that you can
marks.
see the drill as it's been taken out, I would like for you to do a perception check, please.
Perception, you said?
Yes, please.
Nice.
Damn.
You see something familiar with this particular machine. The make, very rustic, very well made, very productive. However, the more prominent feature that now catches your eye, that it's now in the light, is the branding mark of its maker.
Do I know the mark?
Yes, you do. This is Tobin's.
Oh.
This is Tobin's mark. This is Tobin's brand. I do hope you remember who Tobin is.
I'm wondering if I had it down as I have it down as Coben. Is it Coben or Tobin?
Tobin.
With a T?
Yes.
I have it down as a K.
You
Sir,
do
a
know
granite hand.
this is Sir Granite Hand's work,
He is
and
Twin-spear. He's the
now
forge keeper of our faction.
and now realizing a particular description of a dark-haired and more rotund-looking dwarf, you do realize that this is very likely that Tobin was one of the dwarves that had fell in the mines.
Damn it. So yep, it's definitely a search and rescue now. So yeah, we'd appreciate it if you guys would bring yourselves and rope that you have.
I mean, I don't mind. I'm just resting for the day. Out of
Yeah, I
character.
guess I could.
GM,
How
can I go
exhausted
help
are
them
you?
with search and rescue, even though I did not sign up for this one?
Yes, you can.
This actually wasn't one of the events. This is something separate, I
No,
believe, right?
This is the
it's
event.
related
event.
to the event.
Yeah, it's the second day.
Oh,
So technically, this is a quest that was made by the event. So technically, everyone can be involved with the quest, just not involved with the makings of it.
Okay.
Ah.
Harry, I'm sorry, did Olive indicate how much rope would be needed? Should we buy some extra rope or?
well,
I
do
told
each
you
of you
100
have
feet.
50 feet? Oh, who's all gonna come help? Yeah, I do know that. I'm
Yeah,
just
Daisy will get up from the table and say, let me go put on my armor. And Harry,
okay.
Brandon will
One.
go
I
too.
need to know one thing. What's your favorite food?
It's Hot Pockets, right?
Uh, Harry had not considered his favorite food.
Oh, you're a rabbit. See me like vegetarian.
I mean, you could assume
That's
that, but I've
racist.
also had to deal with surviving in rough conditions.
Yeah, but that's
And
racist, assuming he's a vegetarian.
you think I'm just able to be raised on carrots like a normal bunny rabbit?
Well, I mean, they eat more than carrots. I mean, that's just kind of a stereotype. Although I assume rabbits do enjoy carrots.
I think we've all come to the conception that Harry's eaten bacon before.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
has he? Have I seen him eat bacon?
Bacon, eggs.
yeah, it was
raw
some nice.
steak,
He's eating
Okay.
healthy meals and shit.
Oh yeah, I've had the hearty
roly poly.
breakfast before, haven't you?
I'm gonna have to say steak. I just love the irony of eating an animal much larger than me.
Very
Fair
well.
enough. So do I. So have Van and Ann Daisy each have a length of rope?
I don't.
believe I do.
Should-
I
How
would
much
have
rope
to look at my equipment once I get back to my room. As you can see, I'm just wearing my normal clothing. No armors.
Yeah, I've got a bag of holding. We might as well just get a couple extra. I mean, it's gonna come in handy in the future, anyways. We'll just grab a couple lengths before we head out of town.
Well, you can put it inside the bag of holding.
Well, if we have at least two people coming, that should be enough rope, assuming each of you have a standard amount of adventuring rope.
Adam
Nope.
does.
I have none.
Yeah, he's a wizard.
Let me look. And Daisy makes her way up to her room. She'll come
Don't
back
tell me you
down
have
after
rope.
like 10 minutes, fully equipped. Yeah, I have this, and tosses you 50 feet of rope.
Chuck
Okay.
it in the bag of holding. Yeah, I'm saying let's just. I mean, we might as well just get a couple extra lengths because you never know.
Yeah, we definitely
coming
need
in?
more.
Okay, so I'll get that, and then I guess we'll swing by Freya's, and I'll get like 3 more 50-foot lengths of
Get
rope.
150 feet of rope. Jeez.
Well, I mean, just for future use. We're just gonna toss in the bag of holding.
You go to the
Closed.
general store.
It's close.
Of course it's closed.
it is closed, isn't it?
It's closed.
Yeah, it's nighttime, dude.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that.
So who's ready for some breaking and entering?
You come into the
No,
general
not
store and you slam your
Freya's.
face against the glass door, and it's currently closed.
Yeah, no, Freya. I would not.
I'm just gonna.
From my
Okay.
experience, there is magical security afoot at Freya's store. I would not recommend breaking in.
You
I
see
am going to
Daisy's,
do a
eyebrow
childish
twitch?
thing. I am
You
going to
can
literally press
certainly
my
try.
face against the window, and I'm just going to start yelling, Freya!
So I'm gonna look over.
Please!
Like Bannon's office is kind of by Freya's, isn't it?
The Frontier Mining Company is maybe a couple 10 or so feet away from the general store, yes.
Is there a light on there?
There is lights upstairs, yes.
Let's go ask
DM?
Bannon. He will probably have some rope.
Could I roll for patience?
Go
Give me a wisdom save.
for patience
Daisy,
whatsoever.
0 patience. Need to go now. Job needs to get done. Sleep soon.
Hi. I don't know. Repeat what happened yesterday. But could we not tempt fate here? You see her
What?
eyebrows are just twitching as she just gives you a sly smile.
Well, why?
No, we're
I
not.
guess why are you so like why do you get so angry at this door? Is the door did this door hurt your family?
Oh, no reason.
Come to
You, you,
suspect that.
you see her eyes when they open, they're blood red.
I come
I
to
would
suspect
suggest we
that.
go now.
Yeah, I don't think Daisy likes thieves. Is my guess.
Like Daisy doors.
However, Harry, after screaming directly into the doorway, you do
Oh,
notice the back room's door lights switch on.
Oh, hey. Good work, Harry.
You see the door swing open and a very drowsy, half asleep looking Freya seems to stumble from the back counter, walk over to the door, and just peek her head through the doorway. Yes, how can I help you?
Uh, we have there are miners stuck in the mine, and we need rope to save them, and we didn't know where else to go to get rope. So hi, we're here.
She takes a moment, blinks, uh, like mouth still like open, hanging slightly, like she's still trying to recollect the words that she was about to say before. Right, how many are you needing?
I'd say just
50
give
feet.
us. Yeah, just give us 3 50-foot lengths.
3? Ah, let me take a look. She'll stumble her way back, eventually coming back with 2 bundles of rope.
Okay.
This is all I've got for now. You can come back maybe in the next 2 days.
This will be fine.
How
What do we owe
much
you?
for the rope?
Checking, hold on.
Let me
Checking the
check my
scriptures.
ledgers.
I must check the scriptures.
Let's see. Let's.
Okay, mother, please relax.
Just normal standard hempen rope.
Yeah,
Yes. We don't need the silk
1
stuff.
gold piece, 2 gold.
I give her 5 gold.
Yeah, I'll throw in another 5 gold on top of that for the hassle.
Jeez.
She's just gonna take the gold, not even counting it. Just have a good night. Close the door. You just
Thank
see her
you.
just walk back, drop the coins on top of the countertop, and make her way. The door closes.
I think she really likes us.
I think she
Probably-
loves us.
we're
I think
probably-
she's really glad that we exist.
I think you're
Yeah.
starting to push her patience like
We're-
mine.
We're probably
But
your
we have
favorite
rope.
adventurers.
Like what?
Yeah.
Like there's no
Let's go.
we overpaid. There's anti thievery.
Exactly. It's honestly, if
Uh,
something, I'm not saying it will, but if something gets stolen in the future, it's almost like that money covers it.
No.
Right.
That
you
is the
can certainly
kindness.
assume.
Daisy gives you the evil eyes. I will run you through. Vannon. I mean,
Hey,
Adwin. Where's
I'm not
Vannon?
stealing anything.
Like
Let's go.
again, we overpaid. We didn't steal. I you could have relaxed, please. It's okay.
Let's talk and walk.
Yeah. Yeah. Olive's probably gonna be unhappy that we took even this long. Start speed walking off.
Given the details on the way there, making your way down, you see, Harry, now in comparison to earlier, there is no signs of movement throughout the mine. It is extremely quiet, almost disturbingly so as you walk through. The only voices and sounds that are made are currently being made by yourselves. Eventually reaching the 30-minute mark, you will see Flowers, who is chilling out next to the wall, I assume.
Yeah, I was trying to get a short rest in.
Sure.
Cool.
You
Yep.
see that as we roll up? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just on the other side of the crumbled wall, where just before the slope starts.
Just want to eye my bracing as we roll up. Does it look like it's still holding pretty firm?
It's holding pretty firm.
Okay.
You have a feeling that with the combined efforts of yourself and Harry's scrap, that you've got a reasonable hold on not only the wall but now the rope.
Okay, so we got time. All right. Well, Olive, we're back. We brought rope.
Oh, good. Wonderful. That should be able to get us down, hopefully.
Did you hear anything while we were gone? Did anything that could have made the claw marks?
No. Just
Olive, give
me.
me a perception check.
Sure. Nice.
Just the occasional distant sound of flapping wings. Do you have a general idea that that's not actually there, so deep inside these cavern walls? Apart from that, nothing.
Yeah. Nothing. Maybe some bats. That's about it. It's been mostly quiet.
I don't think bats dragged them away. Although, I mean, maybe they could have, but
Maybe I
I'd
don't.
like to believe they didn't.
Probably not. All right. So whoever's coming over, let's do this. And
I
It's
squeeze back in carefully as I did last time.
Do you want us to tie these lengths of rope together and just feed them through to you, or what's the plan?
No, you can just tie them together and hand them over. Confident your non-tying abilities.
Sure. Or do you want all of them? All what do we got? Let me check. I just put it in the bag of holding. I think we got 3 lengths of 50.
How far down is this?
We have 4 lengths of 50,
We
so we
only
have
need
200 feet of rope.
we only need 100 feet.
Okay, so I'll pull 2 of them out, 2 50-foot lengths, tie them together, and pass it through the hole to
There's like
Oliver
a 70
Harry.
foot hole on the other side of this wall, Vannon.
Hmm.
I already have one rope across. So then the idea is to tie the second set as a kind of pulley slash, not really a slip knot, but tie it to
a
the rope.
decline,
Hmm?
a recliner rope, basically.
Sure. A T rope.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the
Oh, okay,
idea.
I get what you're going for.
Yeah. So then
Well, here's
this
the
one.
rope.
Yeah.
So Daisy asks, so is there like a bottomless pit? Like down there?
No, it has a bottom. Oh, that's right. You guys can't see. I'll go
Uh,
ahead and cast dancing lights,
I was gonna grab a rock, put light on it, and drop it.
and I'll split them up into 4 orbs that follow me at an even distance.
Daisy,
Okay.
you went in
Just
you went in.
I just chucked the light rock in there.
okay. Just out of
Everybody-
curiosity, colors of light in the dancing lights.
This is gonna be. I don't want to be too harsh or crazy, so it's gonna be like a soft white.
Okay. And I believe you can change the color of light with the light spell.
No, it's bright light, 20 feet, and
Okay.
then 20 feet of dim light.
So just
Oh yeah,
dancing
it can be
dancing light.
colored.
Oh, it can be. Okay.
Oh,
So, what
Just
color
go
are you
rock.
saying?
a nice dark shade of blue, bluish purple.
Okay. Okay. So not exactly giving off the most distinctful lights, but enough to trigger the outlines for you all to see. As all of you send out those soft ghost lights into the expanse of the tunnel.
Mhm.
However, the dark blue, navy blue stone sends out that shockwave like aura around the tunnel, sending it down, and you just see it drop over that uh, whole area, and you just see the light fade away and disappear.
Then after a second, we hear a tink or a thud.
After a second, it seems to impact and then continue rolling downwards.
That does not sound nice.
That's strange. Oh well, let's see. Find out. And I'm gonna start making my way down the rope.
Okay.
Good luck. Stay safe.
Using the first rope, you carefully do your best to tie the second rope onto the first. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand.
5 featherfall just to make sure in case something happens.
You begin tying the rope, however, with a sudden shift of your legs, you suddenly feel the sudden grip of the rope slip from your hand. Give me a dexterity save, please. Uh, taking 3 points of fire damage from another rope burn as you grasp on tightly to the rope, still in your hands, but also grasping tightly with your legs to make sure that you are now currently hanging upside down, but still have the rope in your hand.
Yeah. Okay.
You guys at the wall just see the rope swing and just sway for a moment. A sudden sound of air escaping lungs before the rope immediately goes stiff again.
I'm saying if we all just want to jump off, I can do featherfall down.
Yeah, but the question is, how do we get everyone back up?
Yeah, that's what the rope's for.
Yes, thank you.
The ropes made it all the way to the bottom.
I grabbed the rope, right? Or did I let it go?
Yes, you have the rope in your
Okay,
hand.
yeah. I'll try and tie it again from my new position.
Go ahead and roll again.
Does it help I am proficient in thieves' tools?
I will allow you
Really?
to
Okay.
go ahead
I
and
do.
try this with
Nice.
proficiency.
Okay.
So you can add a 3 onto that.
All right. 16.
16. Using the strength to maneuver yourself back up and get towards that rope once more. Now securing it tightly, you see that it's a lot more taut, a lot more stronger, and should be able to hold everyone's weight. You can't help but feel like it might have a bit of strain on Daisy, given the armor, but apart from that, should be secure.
All right.
Daisy will go last then,
Then, yeah,
and
I'll-
wait for everyone to get off.
I'll let
I
them
think
know that I've
Daisy-
tied it off, and I'm gonna start making my way down. Don't get on the rope until I let you know.
Yeah, I think he just called you fat.
I know I'm quite thick.
All right, so Flowers is going to make your way down to the bottom of the rope. You feel the ground underneath you, however, still gripping the rope, you do still feel a decline further down. Not as slippery as above, but you can see why the stone continued on further.
Mhm.
You can see now the splintered loot that is directly beneath you. What looks to be the You know what? Give me an investigation or perception check.
Can I take the splintered loot?
Yes, you can.
Investigation or perception?
Yes, please.
Uh, you know what? Let's do the worst option, the -2 instead of the -1. Investigation.
Okay.
14.
So while you can hear people are starting to make their way across the rope, actually, that's a good question. Are you guys just sliding down and taking Vanon's option to Featherfall, or are people taking the rope?
He's in a feather fall. I'll just feather fall down with Bannon.
I'm taking the rope just because I feel like that's probably more in my mind of realism.
Okay. Daisy,
Yeah, sorry.
are you sliding or taking the rope?
I am taking the rope once everyone reaches the bottom.
Okay. So you can hear as two sets of individuals begin sliding down as the professor and Vannon's figures appear at the mouth of the hole that you can see before a burst of energy comes from Vannon and both of them slowly drift down next to you. With that 14, in that time, you can see that there are multiple sets of footprints. Along with the broken, shattered loot, you can see what seems to be broken staffs or those similar dual-like blades that you came across the first time you handled the Thukrine. Quite a
Fantastic.
few of those spears have been broken and smashed by unknown means. You can see quite a few corpses
Mhm.
of the Thukrine have been scattered throughout the area. However, you can also see what looks to be the grooves of something being dragged through the dirt, along with three sets of footprints. Along that, you can see what seems to be three sets of larger footprints and a small scattering of smaller footprints that suited the insects before. The three larger ones do not look to be insect in nature. And as you're inspecting these, you hear the sliding of both bodies and the sound of the whooshing air and feet landing next to you.
Yeah, before they come down, I'll be calling out basically, uh, yeah, that it looks like that they came this way, and oh, good, more of the insects. I don't know if this is from when they attacked before or if they dragged them, but
Daisy will
their
make it
weapons
down.
are here.
I'm down on the hole with you right now, right? And I see this as well.
You have made it to the T section at this point and starting to slide your way down the hanging rope, giving an indication to Daisy to start making her way across as well. But you can hear the conversation, yes.
I'll call down. Do you see Torin or footprints matching his?
What's a Tauren? I see
Uh,
humanoid footprints. So maybe you've better eyes than I do. I'll wait till you get down here and I'll bring my light for you.
how do you not know? Okay.
Olive, give me a history check.
Sure. 0.
Yeah, you don't remember Torin. You're more focused on the current situation.
Yeah, this is all that's in my mind right now.
But yes. At
Then
this point, Harry, you slide down. Vannon, Professor, anything you're wishing to do while Daisy's making her way across the road?
I'm gonna look at the tracks and see if I can tell what they what's if I can tell what's dragging them.
Dragging the one groove that you
Yeah,
can see.
yeah.
Give me a survival check, please.
oh,
Survival.
Yes, please.
Yeah. 2.
guys.
Uh, from here, you're still trying to make out what exactly is making the larger footprints, never mind the grooves. You got a feeling that maybe it's them dragging the body back. Perhaps you're not entirely sure.
It's a bear.
It's a bear. Professor, anything you wishing to do?
Uh, yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay. Harry, you make your way down, landing next to the others. As Daisy, you make your way to that intersection, and I need you to make me an athletics or acrobatics, please.
Seeing
Oh,
that
just real quick. There's light down here, right? from
I'm keeping
Olive?
no. My lights are up on the rope, and they're following Daisy. I was gonna say when I
Okay.
see Daisy get to the intersection, they're gonna start lighting up the tunnel, the hole rather than the tunnel.
Okay. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Honestly, Rob. Second thought, I'm just gonna spark up a torch. No, at the bottom.
Okay. Flames hit the air, light hits the air.
It's really a methane cave, and we all explode.
That's
Ooh.
honestly when he said flames, I was like, oh, this is gonna
I
go
mean,
bad.
You suddenly
I-
lift your hand as the torch suddenly hits against a vein of cannon rock that you
I
couldn't
was gonna
see.
say, like,
I
this
was
is
gonna
a
say there is cannon rock here,
mine.
guys. Like that's what we believe caused the cave in.
Humans
But
and
yes,
light.
the flames alight. You do notice that there are small little patches of cannon rock here and there that you can see.
Okay, and in light of that, I'm gonna extinguish the torch immediately and wait for
Okay,
Olive's lights.
just immediately wrapping around the cloth as you all hear a sudden twing of rope, and Daisy, you suddenly just feel your grip loosen and you feel suddenly just air.
Nice.
All of you look up to see that Daisy is suddenly dropping from the hole.
And then
Do I see Daisy?
You do see. You do see her. You heard the sudden twang of the rope, the sudden gasp of air from above.
And I'm having the dancing lights follow her, so she would be well illuminated the whole time.
So then I'll cast Featherfall on Daisy.
it's such a
Okay.
useful spell.
Hand froze out
Oh.
using your reaction as the gust of air creates a cushioning pillow for Daisy to impact on before hitting the ground a few inches.
Thanks, Vannon.
All of you are there in the middle of the tunnels, the rope still hanging above you, still intact.
So I'm gonna have the dancing lights fill the room at floor level,
Okay.
or a little bit higher than floor level, so probably like 3-4 feet up, but
All right.
fill the room.
You see the tunnel leading down before you as the lights fill the air. And for the time being, this is where we will end our session.
All right.
Ooh, okay.
Quick retcon. I've probably no, and I understand if no. Could I have used a hit die on the short rest?
I can allow you to have roll a hit die during that short rest. Yes.
Okay, I will still take the 3 damage after the fact.
Yes.
So I'm gonna do a hit die real quick. Oh, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'm healed. I was down 3.
Yes.
So, all right. Hit die used.
So the group is currently illuminated by dancing light. You can see maybe a couple. For you, Flowers, you can see that there's the decline of maybe another 70 feet before another drop can be seen.
Yeah. I thought as much. Okay.
Thank God we brought all that rope, eh?
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
only have one
that's
grappling
good.
hook.
There's got maybe some like big rock or something we can tie it to.
We'll see. Press X to doubt, but we'll see.
I mean, do we have other pitons? How's that word actually?
It's a piton.
Sorry.
Pythons.
Piton.
Pythons,
Python. See, you
I've
guys
heard
don't
it-
even. You guys gave it a
I've
grade.
heard it pronounced both ways.
It's potato.
Okay.
Yes.
Potato, potato. Okay.
Yes. It's piton and python. Just like
Okay,
it's
so
a
either way.
baton or a baton.
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 Baton. Sacre bleu, I am going to hit you with my baton.
Not the baton.
Not the baton.
Viva la revolución.
Viva la revolution with my baguette and my baton.
God.
I
Spanish
can already
says
feel the
they're
wind. Like,
gods.
Anyway, yeah,
can already
so
feel the wind.
it's a python. Anyway,
Yes.
yeah. Now I gave you something
I
else
don't
to
know why
counter
we
me
became
about.
French.
I don't know, but now I gave you something else to counter me on, Rob, with my new devil sight. Enjoy that.
I have no need to counter it. Great benefit.
I was
Yeah.
actually thinking on taking a feat for the instead of the ASI. One of them that came up, I think, was alert. So that way, if I do encounter Silas again, he could not get advantage on me for being hidden.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about just hard countering Silas and just giving a big middle finger.
Yes, put all your attention on Silas and completely ignore the others.
Yep, exactly. Exactly.
Thing at a time.
Mobile would have been
So-
fun too.
So Rob, out of game,
Yes.
just to make sure, whenever I attack with my spiritual weapon, it does not disrupt my sanctuary, correct? Because I'm not the one attacking the spiritual weapon is.
You tried it on a watermelon. A real target, that's a real issue.
Damn.
I guess we'll
We'll
find out
we'll
when we get
find
to the
out.
real target.
We're
What's the
gonna
word in
find out.
sanctuary? Is it
We're
if
gonna
you
fuck
damage
around and find out.
something?
That's what I'm gonna do.
Sanctuary
Is it-
says whenever the target attacks,
Oh,
or
you should be
when
fine
you
then.
attack. No, when the target attacks, right?
It's when the
Yeah,
target
rewarded
attacks,
creature.
but you cannot attack while you're in Sanctuary, otherwise it dispels.
Right.
Yep.
So right, yeah. So when the target of Sanctuary attacks.
Right. I think Daisy was trying to see is if
the
he was
spiritual weapon
using the
attack counted
spiritual
as
weapon
a
attack.
daisy attack.
Yes.
Yeah.
The thing is, you're attacking a watermelon, which is
Yeah.
not exactly an
It's
actual
not
target.
hostile.
That is a big
Exactly.
hostile to an ant, okay?
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll fuck around and find out.
Yep, fuck around, find out. Talk shit, get
Fuck
hit.
around and find out.
As
But
long
yeah,
as I maintain 1 second level, we're fine. No one better die.
I believe the only one that needs to level up to 5 is Daisy, but
I think
he
so.
did
Yeah.
come in a little later, so I don't blame that. But yes, next week we will see if you can help out Three Strings and Tobin.
He's gonna die in that episode.
Right? Somebody's already one of them is dead. Like this is a Telltale game and they're already dead.
Look,
There's
it better
gotta-
be the bard, because no one loves the bard.
There's gonna be more bugs down here, isn't there?
The 100%. There's Strike Green.
You
I hate
know,
those things.
it sucks that I've already spent 2 spell slots, because this is the same day I tested the watermelon theory. But I still have my remove poison, so we should be fine.
Yeah, I mean you couldn't have known anyways, but you come to get that.
That's why
you
I'm
for
glad
help,
I got a
but-
short rest in. 'Cause I
fresh.
got
I
my spell slots
mean,
back.
I have to say the constant details of the Thakreen have started embedding themselves within the mines. Oh yeah, the Thakreen have started mutating monsters from the surface and now creating mounts for them. Oh yeah, now there's obvious bodies of Thakreen appearing within the area that you're going to.
Yes.
Yeah, and especially the using fungus to control them. I was like, oh god, it's like Last of Us. I'm
Yeah,
afraid of
maybe
these
we
mounts.
should just leave the cave because look, the bard should know that not only was this mine literally overran by Thrycreen, but also, nasty stuff come out of here, and then he comes back in here after the fact.
They're
He's-
drunk.
Yeah, exactly. If Darwin existed in this world, they get the award.
Yeah. See, but we still
Smart.
need to rescue at least a craftsman guy, so he can always one and get Harry a weapon or some shit.
Also, the question is, what were they after that was so valuable?
Minerals,
Right? Was it just
Cannon
minerals?
rock.
probably cannon
Yeah.
rock. Yeah.
Why not likely like Cannon Rock?
Why would they use a drill to mine cannon rock? Well, I guess they're
Yep.
drunk.
The dude invented
probably
something
wanted to-
new and wanted to test it out. It hadn't been
Yeah.
tested yet.
Oh, the way it
Sounds
was
right.
told to me is that it was specialized for it.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't work. Or maybe it worked a little too well. I guess it'd be another way to look at that.
We'll see.
Right. We will
Well,
see.
thank you, sir.
Anytime.
Always
I
fun.
know.
Sorry, I went a little
Again,
long.
this is one of those a little long, and another one of those RP sessions.
Those are
All
great.
good.
So
I don't know what you mean.
It's still fun.
plenty of information, but not a lot of combat.
I don't mind
Fun.
RP. Sorry about the long shopping.
No worries.
Everybody hates shopping episodes.
It's
Dude,
why I
the
prepare for him.
freaking gambling jackpot. That was awesome.
Hell yeah.
Dude, I was surprised I got 50 cent gold for working at the freaking temple. That was nice. Monks pay well.
You sucker.
Apparently, yeah.
Working class sucker, man. Jeez.
God.
Well, technically, I'm a noble, but I've been reduced.
Even worse.
I have to work now. I have to work now.
I
Are you-
literally
so
played
if you've
some
been
dice
reduced
for
yet?
5 minutes and made 4 times that.
Working class sucker that doesn't even know how to work properly.
You've been reduced.
Right.
You're not a noble then anymore, are you? Idle been
We'll
stripped.
figure that out in game. Meta.
Figure it out.
My meta.
Where's the pigeon? We have to kill a pigeon.
3 meta 5 me.
Oh no, it's not a pigeon here. It's a seagull.
No,
Oh,
that's
no.
even worse. Where's the
No.
fucking skill?
No.
Do it.
No.
Do it.
No,
Not
this
a
is not
seagull.
crossing
it.
games. No, stop. This is
Do it.
not crossing
Do
games.
it. Do it. It must be done.
This is not some sort of crossover
It must be
event.
done. It must
He's
be
gonna end up.
done.
He's gonna end
Do
up
it.
being the big bad.
Do it.
The big bad's just a mutation of the combined forces of all the seagulls.
Oh, God.
Commanded by Solus. Yeah.
It's Golthulu.
No,
Sir,
God.
where is my damage roll?
do you have the hotkey?
Of course he has the hotkey.
Do you have the macro?
Do I have the macro? Oh,
Yeah,
the
C-
macro.
The macro?
The macro.
I don't know if I have the macro on this one. Let me double check.
Yeah.
No, I have to test the fates, but I can certainly throw one in there.
Yeah, go ahead, throw in the macro.
All right. So you're probably gonna need this around the end games at some point.
Of course.
All right, hold on. Let's see. There we go.
That's it.
All right.
Give it to us.
And yes,
I probably
Here
should
it comes.
use my warlock hit die. Shit. Just realized I rolled an 11 on that thing.
We haven't had it for so long. We're addicted. We need our hit.
all right. There we go.
Oh, it doesn't.
The
There
anti-seagull
it is.
cannon.
I'll say, where's all the
What?
information?
The
There you go.
heck?
That's how many seagulls are dead.
Good lord.
Just a random like cloud of seagulls just gets obliterated
You
in the
can't
sky
click on
somewhere.
the thing. That's not how it works.
you
Saw him do
can't.
it, so I had to
You
try it.
can't take my anti-seagull cannon.
We-
Only the GM gets the
I think we
anti-seagull
literally
cannon.
do that every week. Someone
Shame.
does that.
Yes, I used to do that every week because somehow we had a seagull involved in every session.
That's because Ivan did it on purpose, I guarantee.
Yeah.
The
For sure you
seagull
did.
cannon.
Alright, so
Yeah,
I'm going to call
the
the stream here.
anti-seagull
Thanks
cannon.
everybody for hanging out.
There
I
was
hope you all
no
enjoyed the stream.
seagulls in that
And yeah.
entire